Live chat. Man, you live. You are live, bro. You are live. I'm starting early now. I'm starting early. Let me put it for like an hour. I'll put it for 15 minutes. Let's see what happens today. I know it looks like conditions are not the best, but you know what? We're gonna try. We're gonna try, bro. We're gonna try. We are gonna try anyway. We turn on this light and see what happens. Keep going on here. Let me see if I turn on this one. What happens? It does not improve. Okay. Different lighting scenarios. Let me see if that kind of improves the camera. Maybe I gotta clean it. I'm gonna clean the lens. Clean the lens a little bit. 1, 2, 3, 4. And off to the side there, maybe. Off to the side that he can focus a little. Oh, not like that, bro. Off to the side a little bit. Put in between the two. Let's see if it shows that. Yeah, yeah. I know it's the waterfall. The waterfall really did a number on it. Like that. Might work better. It's the waterfall. I think it's the waterfall that's making it the focus go crazy. You know, and I don't want to take away the waterfall because I like the waterfall. Yeah, that's why it's like the Zygo G90, same thing when the focus thing. Get the radio closer, maybe. But yeah, I think this is the. If I put it further out, maybe. I really want to get this focus thing going. Maybe I offset it. Yeah, it's really bad. It's too bad. I'm going to try something at the risk of disconnecting my radio. I get really close. Or I have another idea. Let me see if I can go over the top. Right, if I kind of look down at it. Maybe if I look down at it. What does that have? Yeah, I'm just trying different things, folks. Trying different things. Is that the waterfall does not allow this video webcam to focus the way I would like it to focus. You know what I mean? It's really, I found a spot, but so every time that waterfall focus, the focus is the. I think I might best in a GoPro or something. Because this is a Logitech. This is a Brio. This is a pretty good. It's just that, man, it's really frustrating. Just really that. Sometimes this webcam is disappointed by the webcam, to be honest. I thought this webcam would improve the focus. But it's this waterfall screen. It's causing this thing to, you know, really causing it to go crazy. I can't get right in there because, you know what I'm saying? It's not gonna work, man. You see that? Focuses in my hand, right? Look at the control. But then when I go like that to the screen, it starts. I guess the refresh rate on the screen is messing with the webcam. And I don't want to get rid of the waterfall. I mean, I can shut down the waterfall, but I'm trying to find a sweet spot. Okay, that could work. See how it keeps trying to focus? Oh my God, so annoying, man. That would drive me nuts. Let me see now. Okay, that could work until it sees my hand. Let me see. Oh, okay. Well, that could work. Because, I don't want to be showing my ugly mug all the time. I know people will get tired of it. Let me see. Now let me see what the lighting does. See, the lighting messes with the focus. Okay. So this light got to go off. All right. So, I mean, it's better, but not great. What about this light? Does it change the focus? It's better, but not great. You can see my hand. Yeah, hello there. Hello, hand. Hello, hand. Mr. Hand. Mr. Hand. Audio. Audio. And the microphone is over here, too. It's all off from me. So let me stay like right here. And yeah, right now conditions are not the best, are they? Not good. Wow. Conditions are not good. Let me halt. Let me monitor. I mean, it's early. It's sometimes they don't. Yeah, it's early right now, but sometimes they don't kick in till about one of those late. Oh, what am I picking up? Yeah. Yeah, it's early right now. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put on the radio just to listen to a little radio, and then I'll come back to you because right now conditions are not that good right now. So let me lower the volume here. Let me lower the volume here, and I'm going to yeah, I don't see an activity right now. So I'm going to close WSJTX. I'm going to close Grid Tracker, at least for about an hour, and see what happens. And then I'm going to tune the bands. I'm going to tune some bands. So let me go to one of the websites that I go to. Yeah, I'm going to tune the bands. I'm going to go, let me go away here. And yeah, let's tune some bands. Let me maximize this guy. I'm going to tune a little band. What we're going to do is why they got to put this big ass ad in the way? Okay, I'm going to try, oh. No, Danny. Okay, here we go. Right now, conditions are not good, so I don't think it's gonna happen anyway. But I'm gonna try it. Why not? I'm gonna try it. Why not? Yeah. So nothing there. Okay. So I want to start at the top of the. Okay. So next one is gonna be 1, 2, 1, 800. Okay. The 10-meter band right now is dead. So I'm going to try. No, I'll try 20 megahertz. Yeah, not. I'll try 18200. Let's try 18200. 0, 2. Yeah, okay, so we're gonna tune down until we get some activity. Going to Voice of Turkey in French. Yeah, right now band conditions are not the best. I'm reading this. How's the audio? I hope the audio is okay. I need an external speaker for this. I might just buy the Yaesu speaker for this one, but I'm gonna wait till I can really afford it because it is not cheap. I don't want to put a off-brand antenna with this. I want to have my Yaesu speaker here eventually when I fix up the shack. All right, moving on. Good morning, Glenn Nasper. Hope you're doing well, my friend. Radio Romania. I disconnected the USB. Hold on. Oh my God, Danny. I moved it up. Let me plug in the USB. Okay, there you go. When I want to do FT8 later, I need to. Sorry about that. My bad. Yeah, conditions are not the best right now. I mean, they're not that good right now, to be honest. Because I wanted to do some FT8 on 10, and right now it's nothing. So I said, let me do some shortwave listening. Let me go to the thing and let's see what's coming out. All right, let me move down. Wow, nothing going on right now, really. Wow. Let's see. Okay, let me try. You know what? I'm going to try. Here we go.
Barry will drive clinically quickly. Start the file explore یوه کاغذي په پرانیستل کې چیرې چې تاسو کولی شئ خپل فایلونه په ډرمه خوندي ځای کې واچوئ. وروستی ګام د خوندي ځای بندول. د خوندي ځای د بندولو لپاره یوازې په ډنۍ کلیک وکړئ. تاسو د خوندي ځای فولډر به یا ورک شي یا به تش ښکاري. سپارکې فایلونه به په دې وخت کې رمزبند یا انکرپټډ او خوندي وي. له ستاسو د رمز پرته هېڅوک نشي کولی دې ته لاسرسی پیدا کړي. تر بیا مو الله Carlos Castro stato pubblicato sulla serata che deve essere appena da giornata un po' di rigiula tardi e tipo basta per due anni perché auto costruisce quella tardi e che trova due oggi quindi del veste e sparisce sta quality poi non è di barchi patri podcast platform uno YouTube Facebook caso per il site da mobilità trafficita di UK work ogni volta alla daremo
And this real camera has been disappointing, to say the least. I mean, really, it's really. I might go back to the other one because this is not acceptable. This is really bad. Wow, this is like Holy, at least the other one I could go like this and boom, and it comes back. Or sometimes I have to point away and then I come back. This one is, my God, this is like, I'm trying to figure it out where I'm trying to get like, at least get some color in here. I'm ready to take a sledgehammer and destroy this camera, I swear to God. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna start showing my mug again. I'm gonna start showing my ugly mug again because this fucking camera does not want to focus in here. Jesus Christ. It's too early for this shit, man. Seriously. Holy fuckers, man. Oh my God. Boom, boom, boom, boom, boom. You want to take it? I swear to God, I want to take it and smash it right now. This fucking cam. Holy shit, man. Fucking shit. I'm gonna put it right there and fuck it. I said I'm done. I'm done with this shit. Fucking bullshit. I'm sorry, Theo. Good morning, Theo. I'm sorry. This webcam is a piece of shit, man. I need some. I might try my phone and use it as a webcam. Because my phone, at least my phone, when I tap the screen, it focuses it real good. But this webcam is disappointing. It's really disappointing. I mean, it's good for regular shot, but when you get real close to, because this SDR screen, you know, there's a lot of stuff going on, and it can't keep up with the focus. Driving me nuts. Until I get a more a professional. I know it's blurry because this thing is trying to focus this thing like crazy. You know, if I'm all the way out here, you know, it's not bad. But the problem is I'm trying to get in the screen. And since there's you know, since the waterfalls was coming down and all that, it cannot keep up with it. Like this autofocus is so slow. It cannot keep up with it. And I don't want to get rid of the waterfall. I can turn off the waterfall. I can do that, but I don't want to do that. Oh, God. If I put my hand right here, you see it'll focus. But it's the waterfall that's making this camera go crazy. And I don't want to show all this. Anyway, I'm gonna fix it. I have work to do. This eventually is gonna be mounted in a permanent spot, and I'm gonna have a more dedicated. I'm just gonna spend the money and get a real good camera, like a GoPro or even an Osmo, that's very expensive. The one with the gimbal. They have some with the gimbal that when you move, it stays steady. You see right now, it keeps trying to focus. If I take my hand away, so I'm trying to get close and I can't. You know, I just can't. Trying to get at least some of the waterfall. It's driving me up the fucking wall, man. It's really driving me up the fucking wall. Oh my god. You know, this is why you know, people that stream, we gotta deal with this shit. You know? Us streamers, we gotta deal with this shit. This is not a cheap camera. This is $150. For the Brio, it's $150 at least. So I was using this one for years. This is the one I was using. This is the C920. It's a 1080p. It does a good job. But this one is 4K. And it's driving me nuts, man. Wow. I think I'm going to bring this one back. I may bring this one back. I don't know yet. Oh, my God. Fucking driving me nuts. It's focused now because I'm, you know, because I got it in this crazy angle. Let me get this remote back in here. Right here. Let me bring in my power supply a little bit at least. But you know it's gonna be gone anyway. Alright. Let me open up this thing, see what's going on. Alright, let's see where we are now. Now I was gonna do some FT8, but conditions are not that good right now, 10 meters. And of course all this shit is gonna get copyrighted like crazy. So this stream is shit right now. I'm sorry, I'm just fucking off to a good start. Jesus Christ. All right, let me tune down the dial.
Software in new connection. On the internet at www.ri.org, Channel 1. You can find us on Facebook, Twitter, and other social media platforms. Our programs are also available on TuneIn, Radio Romania International 1, and in Europe via satellite YouTube at 504 MHz. Azimuth 16 degrees east. We wish you good Hello, I'm your host, Elena, and I'm here bringing you the news. First, the headlines. The Constitutional Court of Romania analyzed the latest updates regarding the 2022 presidential election in May. Radio Romania opens a season of book fairs, organizing the Belgian Caravan in Craiova. From Prima David Popovic on Arabic, Romanian Athlete of the Year 2024. Constitutional Court of Romania is meeting again today to analyze the latest appeals to decisions and to register or reject some candidates for the presidential election. The Central Election Bureau has validated 12 candidates, some of which, however, have been challenged at the Constitutional Court. On Thursday, the candidacies remain final, and the final list of competitors who entered the electoral race for the highest office in the state will be made public. Then on Saturday, their order on the ballot paper will be established. On April 4, the election campaign will begin, which ends on the morning of May 3rd. The first round of the presidential elections will take place on May 4th. Radio Romania opens the country's book fair season today by organizing the Belgrade Caravan in Craiova. And the Sunday, in different portions of Romania, the most prestigious national publishing houses, as well as music and education game distributors, are present, totaling over 40 participants. Readers have more than 10,000 titles to choose from, some for the first time at the book fair. The public is also invited to 20 book launches and presentation sessions, debates, and numerous competitions with prizes. Swimmer David Popovic and Laura Timonara, Olympic champions at the Paris Games, were named the male and female athletes of the year, respectively, on Thursday evening at the 2024 Romanian Sports Gala, organized in Bucharest by the National Agency for Sports. During his acceptance speech, David Popovic once again drew attention to the precarious situation of swimming pools. Ayrıca öğrencilik defa bir maddi, olarak idam edildi. Korkunun şiddet yolu ilerleten olaylarda idamının bildirilmesini talep etti. Avukatları müstezan yapımcılar olarak Amerikan Anayasası çerçevesinde zalim görüşü Fenerbahçe Beşiktaş Türkiye'de yolları Avrupa'da bilim yaşadığı hakkında o durum deplasmanda tam son Mehmet Beşiktaş'ın karşı. Müsabaka Türkiye saatiyle 21'de başlayacak. İki takım arasında 12 Aralık'ta İstanbul'da başlıyor. Şarkı konusunda ve şu andaki dersleri merkezlerde günün beklenen en yüksek sıcaklığı sayılır. Ana performansı göre ve Türkiye'de sertlikleri 8 az gruplarına göre gün yüzüne bedenli 11, sen 16, her 15, sürenin 13, neredeyse Türkiye'de Sözden Ruslar, Avrupa'da bir üst 14 olacak. Haberleri için. Bu Cumhuriyeti'ne bir konsantre.
All right. Good morning, Tasso. Hope you're doing well, my friend. My son has a half a day of school today, and my wife is off, so the alarm clock just went off. I don't know if he's going to go to school today, but let's see. It's going to turn out, I think it's going to be a real nice day today. Right now it's 37 degrees and it's sunny. Yeah. So we're going to go up into the 60s today. That's Fahrenheit, people, not Celsius. Let me see what's going on. I was going to do FT8, but 10 meters is not doing well. Anyway, I'm here. Let me go check 10. Let me go check 10 meters. Yeah, I'm not hearing anything. I'm not hearing anything. Yeah, nothing. No FT8. No FT8 right now. 10 meters is not good. And mind you, this is where 10 meters starts. Remember I told you, I spoke about it, when we get to about March into April, conditions are going to really plummet for 10 meters. So you look at it, this is 8 o'clock right now, 10 meters is dead. It's dead. FT8 is dead. I was on a little while ago, and it was dead. Look at that. Nothing. Nothing. Nothing. So right now, conditions are not good for 10 meters. Wow. So let me go back to, I'm going to go to 15330. Let me see what that is. That looks like, nothing there. I have no idea. I'm looking at it right here. I don't want to check it on short wave. You can check it for me if you want. Right now I'm between FEBC radio, which is from the Philippines, and World Radio Guam, KSDA. But I don't know. Somebody can find out for me. Okay. Okay, Taz. So yeah, Reach Beyond is either Reach Beyond Australia in Hindi or the Voice of Islamic Republic in Iran in Hebrew, according to Shortwave info. Okay. Yeah, I can't go. I'm not going to Shortwave and type all that right now. I can't. I don't want to risk run the risk of browsing my crashing my browser and then we lose the stream. But thank you for looking that up for me. Let me go.
岩石缝里也冒出了绿叶的小草，甚至开出了小白花。偶尔，蝴蝶和瓢虫飞来休息一下，连蚱蜢也喜欢在这里歇上脚。小喜鹊来访的次数渐渐变少了。终于，就在它们相识的第7个夏天，小喜鹊再也没有出现了。岩石山还是每天等它，一年又一年，等了好几年。有一天，2只喜鹊飞到岩石山上。请问你们认识不认识一只叫阿丽的喜鹊？对不起，我们不认识。其中一只蓝雀说：“但是这里好漂亮啊，我们可以住下来吗？”好，岩石山说。接下来几天，2只蓝雀忙碌地飞来飞去，在树上筑巢，开始产卵和孵蛋。没多久，斑鸠、绿腹鸟、大梅、八色鸟和猫头鹰也都来了。有一天，岩石上看见远远飞来一群小鸟，是喜鹊，它好惊讶。那群喜鹊停在岩石山的树林，在枝头上跳跃唱歌。岩石山结巴巴地说：“我请问你们认识阿丽吗？”
All right, there you go. Good morning, Jay Farley. Yeah. China Radio. Right, China Radio. It says Honda Hope, but I think it's China Radio. Yeah. All right. Well, I'm just tuning down because 10 meters is not. I was gonna do some FT8 this morning, but 10 meters is poop. It's dead. Conditions are not good at all. So I figured let me do some tuning the bands for about an hour or so. I don't know. We'll see. So I started around 20 megahertz, working my way down. Any frequencies you guys have, you want to put it in there, let me know. You know, I'm just taking my time. 54 minutes in the books, and thank you for watching. And my son is staying home today. It's a half a day today anyway. It's only a couple hours of school, basically. Like maybe not even 3 hours of school. About 3 hours, 2.5 hours. So my wife is upstairs, and wow, excuse me, my throat is dry. And it's gonna be a beautiful day today here in Yonkers, New York. Wow, excuse me, my throat's so dry now. Got so excited they're talking. I think it's gonna go up to about 65 degrees Fahrenheit. It's sunny right now, so I figured let me do this live stream early, and then I'll be outside for the rest of the day. I want to enjoy the beautiful day today. And Tasso said, I forgot, you're having your coffee right now. Yeah, I need to get my coffee machine down here. I have 2 of them. I have 2 Keurig brewers, that coffee machine. I have, when I finally set up my setup here, I'm going to have my Keurig here, so I can have coffee. Like right now in the morning, I can have a nice cup of coffee and just put the K-cup in there and voila, have my cup. I like my coffee with a little bit of cream and a little bit of sugar. Sugar and cream. Actually, you know what? I've been cutting down on that. Actually, I take that back. No sugar. Because cream, especially the creams that have the flavor ones, they already have sugar. So what am I saying? So yeah, no for that. No sugar. Usually when I have my cream, like for example, I had different ones. Like the hazelnut flavor, those different types of cream. Yeah, those have already sugar. So you don't really need sugar. What am I saying? I like my coffee light and sweet. Just like Donnie's. Nah, just kidding. You didn't hear that part. Light and sweet, just like the. That's what we say. Hey, let me get a light and sweet. All right, let me shut up. I'm drinking some water. Yeah, you too far down too quick. Yeah, not yet. I want to go a little slower.
Drums for One Is Always Hitting Somewhere were recorded by the band's friend and collaborator Bevan Smith. But otherwise, tracking happened in various homes the trio have lived in over the past few years. That's not uncommon, but no less impressive. The album doesn't just sound good, it sounds huge. The 3 LPs have moved towards a sort of ecstatic haze, where each instrument and voice bleeds onto the next. Not so much a wall of noise as a wall of feelings. We will always have distinct facts. This album is unusually impressive in its ability to transport you elsewhere. Sometime around their 2004 album, Silent Tones, with no small amount of help from Pitchfork Music Blog, they were a challenging proposition. Critics praised their pop hooks, but those are buried in dense layers of percussion and battered acoustics. Vocalists David Clare and Panda Bear, staccato chirping in amongst them. Over the years, the freak folk trappings listened, and a more accessible version of the band seeped through, culminating in the success of My Girls, their 2009 anthem, which noted to the unlikely influence of Chicago house track Your Love by Jamie Principle and Frankie Knuckles. Vanderbeer made his own stylistic pivot on 2007's Person Pitch. They found samples and layers of his voice, which by now is Dre's Beach Boys comparison to enhance his love of harmonies. His latest is called Sinister Grip. That's another tune. It might just be his most listener friendly yet. listener number Normal Pacific and ABC Radio Australia. The mobile phone, the live stream, the ABC Shortwave to the UBS Radio Australia. Hello, Radio Australia. Welcome to this the news the car covered broadcast on ABC Radio Australia water program. That anything in the financial day from 1 March, the radio family you get in the way. Australian conversation, let's talk about this story. Although could be government leader, he making clear thinking to all the independent equal moderator, lower top the content in the government on Port Moresby. Listen, also by come up with for reaching the Bougainville. What is the hospital and by open what is no finish no diploma. Long time to pass long conservation and water safety. After one of them taking one time on the story along with the Australian news. Thank you, Ada. President from Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, any talk of them, anything like you want to big drone attack or infrastructure from Ukraine. This attack is something out of behind long President from Russia, Vladimir Putin, even one time US President Donald Trump. Now, and Putin is talking by Russia, any stopping like marking or targeting or energy place from Ukraine. Mr. Zelensky is talking or just drone strike or hitting on the hospital or power supply.
Yeah, Radio New Zealand. Booming and pretty good.
Or step one time Donald Trump or total ceasefire one time Russia US President Russia President to try to talk for more 90 minutes long phone call we to play in to talk long 30 days ceasefire. Because Mr. Putin one day long this ceasefire. Like a whole one temporary stop long or attack long or energy facility from Ukraine. President Zelensky talking like him this things or any like in more detail on him. So one time he was invoiced the Witkoff it was or talk from this war long Russia na Ukraine and only quite long Saudi Arabia long this weekend. Russia anything one day long this US proposed a ceasefire. All details clear yet long this agreement long stopping long attack long or energy infrastructure. Israel is offering empire go ahead long fight against him or this line from Hamas by any win. From one time or relatives long or hostage is offering only no like Israel and is starting more this long Gaza. 20,000 long people only been 2 long square long 92 big cities from Israel long Tel Aviv. Only cross long Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and ordering only starting by war is fight from Gaza for any broken this January ceasefire agreement one time Hamas. Not to astronaut way then pass long space long the moon only land by now long world long or astronaut. Only in land successfully long coast long Florida behind the 1% in our journey from space. Sonita Williams now Barry Wilmore to play starting something on this capsule 2. To play bingo long one mission or long 8 data so to play pass and the space na start from more long line from moon. Now everything Radio Australia news. Thank you, Sam. Online long Papua government, autonomous Bougainville government, only put in position long on, long side long Bougainville independence, go long moderator, Secretary Matapare, long this na consultation boom, long put must be long Monday na aste. Everything control na Minister of Justice na independence mission implementation. Is it on Masa to online long Bougainville? Only make it clear and good long right come up independent also monitor finish long referendum. Ito, kami political long the government long like this in public support. Long toko sa bukan ba warrior kaya wargan start long community. Na also bukan ba lemino na long economic independence. Basta masa dito PNG yet ikat basta warrior long problem long gun violence long time the warrior action na PNG ikat basta warrior long set long economic problem start long time making independence coming up now on them too and big blood now. Sa saya asking physical masa yung story mo lang gusto ko sa kasi po kita moderator secara mata pare demikian remas yang reporting macam tiap-tiap ni kan fruitful engagement bahasa one time moderator we making clear also tiap-tiap ni bring disagreement sebelum we finish mana making decision engage him moderator. Isla week kami first time no long to belakang mahal kami we had a honest exchange. We can talk. Government and putting forward position line. People to the Bougainville, people are putting position on the table. Moderator, I demand him honesty and seriousness. People are putting all the cup on the table. Moderator now, and scaling positions to program. People are inviting moderator on offer him some options. People want him something in Quran. People want him different to the position because I'm long now mediating this every now, yeah. So people are talking, people are respectfully requested and too. And that responsibility of providing some option will.
James Farley, maybe WBCQ will buy Radio March. I don't know. I don't know. But we'll see. And as I don't want to get into it because there's a lot of uncertainty. But some of it is, it's a sign of the times. It's not only I know people are gonna say political thing. It's not a political thing. It's just a sign of the times. Sign of the times. Excuse me. A lot of it's a lot of governments. They're you understand shortwave transmitters cost a lot of money. They cost a lot of money. It require a lot of power. Remember, for example, here in the United States, I live in New York. Utility almost doubled in the last almost 4 years. Because in this state, for example, they want to do the green energy thing. Like my utility company is kind of this. They could easily because a lot of regulation in New York State. They don't want to do fossil fuel stuff. They want to do green energy like wind power, a lot of solar and all that. The problem with that is that instead of saving money, if it would have been saving us money, I get it. No, it costs more money to run those things than fossil fuel. You understand? And who gets hit with the cost? Us. So and that's New York State alone. We're one of those states. I don't know how it is in New Jersey, but I know New York State is ridiculous because of the green energy craziness. When we don't need it, I mean, if we have enough, we even had Indian Point nuclear plant here in Westchester County. It got shut down a few years back. That also hurt us in terms of utility rates, because we were getting part of our energy from nuclear plant, and when they shut that down, that really is also skyrocket. So so the reality is, all these shortwave transmitters, if they're, it's just not economically viable at some point. It's the sign of the times. I know people are gonna bring up that argument about oh yeah, we're broadcasting into Africa and all that. Knock on wood, here we go. I'm not praising Elon, but here it goes. Starlink now, basically all around the world, you can have high-speed internet. Even in the middle of, for example, a desert. If you have Starlink, excuse me, Starlink. It's a reality now. So, those days, well, I can listen to a signal. Yes, you can. You can listen to a signal. Maybe, yeah, I understand. Maybe not Voice of America, but whatever, It's just that, now, yes, it's a lot of it is economics. It's economics. It's just economics, Ever since, a lot has changed in the last 25, even the last 25 years, a lot has changed, especially with your phone. A lot has changed. And it's just, it was going to happen. It was eventually going to happen. Yeah, Starlink. Yeah, well, I'm just giving you an example that the technology, like it was. I'm just trying to give you an analogy, an example. For example, 25 years ago, you couldn't stream video on a phone. We were still using flip phones, just texting, just taking a couple of pictures, and that's it. Now it's ridiculous what we do now with 5G and it's just, I know it's not. I know it's not traditional radio. I get it, but the problem is it goes back to economics. I mean, listen, nothing is stopping anybody from opening up a shortwave radio station. You know, unless you're a billionaire and you don't care, that's fine. But when you can make money in other different ways, you understand? It's just economics, and some people are stuck in that bubble. I'm sorry, I'm gonna say it. Some people are stuck in that bubble. Like, people thought what the taxpayers of America was gonna keep subsidizing a hobby, because that's what it comes down to. It's a hobby to some point. It's not that important anymore. It really isn't. It's not 1942 where radio was very, very vital. It still is vital. But we have other means now too. Not only radio. See, back then radio was the only medium. That's the difference. Back then radio was the only medium. Now it's one of many mediums. In fact, 1942 AM mode was the only mode, pretty much. CW, of course. But I mean, not even FM was barely, Now we have radio, right? It's one of many mediums. Plus, we have many modes of radio. We have a spectrum, a big spectrum of radio. Some of it is way up there. You know what I'm saying? Thank you, Tasso. That's what I'm trying to get. It's the bigger picture. As much as we love radio, thank you. You see. Exactly. I love radio. I love but we have to be realistic. It's the time. It's a sign of the times. Exactly. Enjoy it while you have it. But a lot of countries are, people are going to pay taxpayers money to subsidize what basically what it is, a hobby to some. It's not going to happen. We people are still living in a bubble. Same thing with amateur radio. We have 3 licenses. We have 3 levels of licensing now. We have 3 levels of licensing. They're talking about making it all to one. Just have one license for, which I would love to have that. Just one license. Get rid of this level stuff. And just, have one level, one license for everything. That's it. And that's it. Things like that. But yeah, and exactly, Tasso. Other countries have no AM and FM. Have DAB only, DAB or some form of, Glenn Dancer, as of yesterday, Starlink approximately 4,500. Yeah, it's just the reality of the time. Radio is not. 1942, radio was the only thing. It was necessary. It was vital. It's not that vital anymore, people. It helps. The more prepared you are, the better. I get it. But those are people like us, or preppers, or people that are. Most people, I'm gonna tell you, they don't care about radio. They don't care. They don't care about it until some catastrophic event happens, maybe. Even Noah, even Noah is facing cutbacks. It happens. Remember long-wave beacons? They were phased out over the years because it's no longer needed, because now we have GPS and we have GPS2. We have, another, we have all this stuff now. We have all this satellite technology that, remember 30 years ago when you drove a car, you had to have a map. You had to walk around with a map. Now we have a Google Map on your phone and GPS. You have GPS on your phone now with Google Map. It's not the same, so that, all that, as much as we love it. Thank you, Tasso. You have to look at the big picture. We're talking about putting a man in Mars in the next, 10 years. And all this stuff, So some people need to get off that bubble, like, oh, shortwave's going to last forever. I said it. I said about AM broadcasts. In my lifetime, in this country, not talking about this country, but I don't think it's going to be gone in this country because they see AM radio, for, AM radio, I'm talking about local stations. As a matter of fact, that's more higher priority than shortwave. AM radio. So I still have it in cars. Is a lot higher priority than shortwave. You know what? I'd rather have AM radio. If I had the choice between the two, you're going to take away shortwave, Voice of America, or you're going to take away AM radio in the United States, I'll be gladly to get rid of Voice of America. I don't care. As long as they keep AM radio still alive, I'll take AM radio. Thank you very much. And FM radio. Thank you very much. Just the reality. It's just economics. Let me read the comments and then I'll get back to yeah. So yeah, Tasso, exactly. As much as we love radio, we have to face the reality. Exactly. It's just a fact of the reality. Enjoy it while you have it. I make videos on all that. I have videos on Radio Australia before they went off the air. I have a whole library of stuff. Yeah. Thank you for agreeing. You don't have to agree with me, but I'm being practical about people. Some people are going crazy over this. And it's not the case. This is some people are in a bubble. They're in this bubble of they're not dealing with reality. They think everything is a politic thing or whatever. Or anti-whatever. It's not that. It's economics. It's economics. Hello, Matthew. I hope you're doing well, my friend. And Tasso, I read a story yesterday on Radio World that John Catsimatidis of WABC took out a full page ad in the New York Post about AM and why you shouldn't buy a car without. Yeah, well, exactly. It doesn't cost much, exactly, to include AM in a car. See, I believe that's more important than Voice of America spewing anti-American stuff to Africa. I'm sorry. I rather give me AM radio in the United States because I heard, there's another live stream that I used to go to, and every time there's a few people that used to go in there and be like, "Oh, why don't they just get rid of AM radio because it's full of right wingers?" You see what I'm saying? They do it to themselves. Remember, I keep telling you that the left does it to themselves. I keep telling you that, right? I keep telling you that the left does it to themselves when they make stupid statements like that. When they make stupid statements like, when they make stupid statements like the medium wave band on the United States is full of right wingers, and let's just get rid of the AM radio band. They don't know what they're talking about. They don't know what they're talking about. They're talking on emotion. They're talking on emotion. Because medium wave band in the United States, AM band, there's NPR, there's other language stations. There are other language stations and all that. And there's other stuff that I listen to. But these people they talk on emotion. They talk on emotion. This is the same people that love electric cars. Oh, we love electric cars, and now they're burning Teslas. How's that productive? Explain that to me. How do you want to go on this tangent? But I'm telling you, that's the left. They're in this bubble. They're in this bubble. They're like children. I understand on conventional cars, just put AM. On electric cars, that's a big issue. I agree that maybe they don't want to spend the extra money to shield electric cars, but on combustion vehicles, they should not mess with it. I understand on electric cars. I understand that. Believe me, I understand that. On electric cars, I get it. But right now, we're not buying electric cars. I'm not buying electric cars. I still love, I still love gasoline, pumping gas in your car, and so, yeah, my thing is that before they were trying to shove it down the throat with the electric car stuff. Now you see that, like I said, it's always the left. They do it to themselves. My thing is, I have a choice, and my choice is, I don't want an electric car. I want a combustible engine on gas or diesel. Thank you very much. That's it. Come on. Now, if you want an electric car, that's your choice. But I don't. James Farley, the only reason they want to get rid of electric cars because I know at first that was the argument, but James, but now because I know Ford wanted to get rid of it on all cars, and that's fine. And look, every company can do that. Every company, if they feel like they want to put they don't want to put AM radio on a combustible on a gas powered car. I'm not buying that car. That's it. I have a choice. I'm not going to buy the car. Right now, we own a Honda. And that one has a nice AM radio in it, and I can DX on that Honda. That radio on that Honda is a very nice radio. That radio can DX. Sometimes I sit in that car and I DX. And it's a Honda. So, I won't buy Ford. That's it. If Ford wants to get rid of AM on all cars, I'll never. We don't buy Ford anyway. We never owned a Ford. The only thing we ever owned was Hondas. Hondas are very reliable vehicles. Yeah. So, as much as I love Elon, and he never had the money, I wouldn't buy a Tesla only because, it's not my type of car. I don't want a big battery underneath that it could explode at any time. No, I don't really care for that. I don't want to drive around with a time bomb underneath. I'll take my gasoline car any day of the week. Thank you. And it's just because of a preference. Has nothing to do with anything else. Yeah, Tesla. If I'm going to pay $60K for an electric car, you better believe it. Yeah, exactly. But that's why I wouldn't. But that's why I wouldn't pay. I wouldn't pay that much for any car. I wouldn't pay that much for any car. I just wouldn't. Even if I could afford it, I wouldn't pay. I wouldn't go that high. Especially if you're driving around New York City. Nah, it's not worth it. Not worth it. Because eventually you're gonna, with all the stupid drivers you got on the road, eventually your car's gonna get dinged. Just parking, your car can get dinged here in Yonkers. I literally will have to put my car inside the garage for nobody won't, that's how bad it is here. Yeah, exactly. I'm all for the choice of on what kind of vehicle you want. Exactly. Because I really don't want to spend 60,000 on an electric vehicle when I can just spend 30 something, whatever, or 30, and I can just get as much mileage, if not better mileage, better reliability. It'll work in all weather, even in sub-freezing weather. You know what I'm saying? Proven track record. Like Honda. No, thank you. I'll stick to Honda. Florida back and forth on a Honda van. On a Honda van that had 200,000 miles. Okay, Honda Odyssey, 2002 Odyssey. We're talking about 200 plus thousand miles on it. We went to Florida on that thing. Beautiful. And we finally donated it because we didn't just want to spend years. Hondas are very reliable cars. They're very reliable. If you take care of them, if you do the maintenance, they run a long time. They love you a long time.
Longer time, all karam, only not to believe yourself. But if you're primitive, this kind of long, not sabe, something not this kind of long, class man, class marrying about. Yeah, it took like years of karai. Just karai because the longer volume to the same. When I check it, I'm like primitive. And I'm 3 days training now. All start karai, all ancestors, all realizing, and my ancestors, all. You're the right man, your ancestors, all chemists, all botanists, all biologists, construction engineers, becoming already know all weather, some geography of India, the politics, governance. All there is something white man broken, current of education today. All ancestors coming like that. So time of beginning looking all high. So it's a very university and highlighting this connection for environment protection.
Thank you, James. Yeah. I know some people make like a 30-minute video on it. You don't need to do all that. Because somebody's gonna ask me, "Why you didn't tune the bands?" Yeah, I did tune the bands on the live stream, and I did a couple of videos on it. So when I do a review, it's because I already used it a bunch of times. Then I'll make the review. I'm not knocking other channels, but some channels make a review of it and they don't really test it out. And me, I really like to test out the radio and play where I want it, even if it's for a month or two. And then I'll give you my solid review on it. So thank you for the compliment on that. Yeah. Appreciate it. Let me see what we can tune. You said 1160 before that. I don't want to go all the way far down because I'm trying to.
Thank you, Tomas. That's in the ABC.
Yeah, because James, that's real world sample of how the radio is really going to work for you. You understand? Like right now, so like right now, for example, I've been playing around with the TEF 6686 radio. I just did a review on that one. That one's going to be coming out soon. I just edited that one. So once I play around with the radio for a while, even if it's a month or two or whatever, in that case, that one was a few months now. Now I can make a solid review on it. You know, even playing for a week is not enough. Sometimes you got to play around with it for a while. You know, and then you get a good feel for it, and then you could really give an honest review. And that's why, because I've seen the reviews of that radio on other videos. They're okay, but you know, I think I covered it pretty good. Especially the audio connector, the headphone jack. That's a deal breaker for some people. Yeah, it's a deal breaker. For some, they're not gonna buy that radio because of the audio jack. Me, I don't care about the audio jack because I don't listen. A radio that's more, I'm gonna put my headphones on it. Yeah. Theo, driving to work and listening here, can't type and see the. Okay, but thank you. At least you're in the chat. That's good. Thank you, Theo, and drive safely, please. James Foley, I have to get that TEF radio. Yeah. So that I already shot that video. I already edited this morning on it. I'm gonna release it probably in the next 24 hours. I'll release that video because I just released the other video, so I want to give it a day or so, and then I'll release it. I'm trying to post regularly. I'm trying to get my views up. I just went over the 700,000 view mark finally on my channel. I'm trying to get to 1 million views in this channel. So I just went over 700,000 total views because it was really going flat. Now it's only picked up again. So now I just passed the 700,000 view mark. 700,000 views. So, getting there, folks. 900 and what is it now? How many videos I uploaded? 950. Let's see what number. 5,076 subscribers. So that's good. I'm happy about that. Live stream number 204. So I'm over 200 live streams now. You know, got to keep cranking. Yeah, James. I have to get that TF radio. Yeah. Now they have another one with the keypad. But is it necessary? No. But they have one with a keypad now. It's called the DP666. It's the same radio, but it's a little bigger and it has a keypad. But you don't really need it if for some people, because I really just came out recently, like in the last few months or so. So they have that one now. It's just that radio with a keypad. So and that TF radio, I need to check it. There's new updates. I haven't updated that radio in months. And there's a lot of updates on that radio. So when you buy that radio, you might want to upgrade to version 2 because it fixes a couple of things. That's the beauty about these radios, that you can upgrade them. You can always firmware update them, and you get a whole new radio. That's why people like that LC90 radio, because and I think that's the future of a lot of radios, like the LC90 radio. That radio, that's a nice radio. Oh, they went off the air. It looks like they went off the air. Let's see. Okay. Look like Radio New Zealand is bye-bye off the air now. Yeah, so You know, like the LC90, for example, when you buy that radio, right, by default, it has all these flaws. But if you got to update the firmware, now you get single sideband, now you get RDS. You see, it's and that's the future of a lot of radios. A lot of radios are going to be like that. You're going to have to update them if you want more, you know, or if there's a fix, it can be upgradable fix with firmware.
Russia's key ignition repeat, which is a complete cessation of Western military intelligence support for Ukraine. Russia explains. The government said this summit continues a deep and frank exchange of views on the situation around Ukraine, reporting some permanent commitment to a peaceful resolution of the conflict. Moscow says a complete cessation of foreign military assistance and the provision of intelligence to Kiev is the key condition for preventing the escalation of the conflict and working towards its resolution by political and diplomatic means. According to this, there are also serious risks associated with the ability to negotiate with Kiev government, including of sabotaging and violating the agreements reached. As a gesture of goodwill, Moscow will transfer to Kiev 26 previously working servicemen who are being recruited from Russia. And on the 19th of March, Russia and Ukrainian sides will exchange 175 criminal cases.
That's generated. Let me go down to let me see what James. Let me go down to 1160. Is it 760? Yes, I had noisier. Wow. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to 13. What is it? 13. Let me go back up here. 13. 790. 790.
The alternate tax on energy infrastructure is an important first step, and he stressed the need for a full ceasefire as soon as possible.
Let me try FT8 right now, real quick. Let me see. And I can hear it. All right, let me try it. I'm gonna try a little bit of FT8. Let me see what happens. All right, let me open up WSJTX. Let me see if I see anybody on. Open up Grid Tracker. And CQ only. Oh, there we go. Actually, you know what? Halt. Let me try for a few minutes. Let me try for a few minutes. Let me open up the, let me maximize this. Yeah. Yeah, conditions are not the best for it, but let me try. Let me go here to this tab. Let me put 2 hours. Let me see. I'm gonna put it low. I just want to see conditions are better. And our conditions are not the best. But anyway, I said that when we get to about this time of the year, we're approaching spring and summer. 10 meters starts not the best. You know, in terms of like, not a daytime thing. It's just, my experience so far, I found it to be, uh, last couple of years. I mean, I've been doing this for 2 years now. And I noticed that. Like, today's really evident. Today was really, the last couple of days, there hasn't been a lot of people. Well, yesterday wasn't that, but today, this morning, right now, it says, let me minimize this. Let me see. Yeah, it's nobody. Well, I'm in contact with one right now, so I'm making contact with one right now. But yeah, it's dead. It's dead, bro. It's dead. Look. It's dead. Wow, it's nobody's on. And one contact right now. Wow. So yeah, that's what I noticed, that with 10 meters, it's starting to go, this is around the time of the year that it starts really not that great. Let me update. See? It's not even going right now. Conditions are not good today. Not that good today. Yeah, it's like, this is when when I wish I had my general. Yeah, a couple of more people coming on now. I see Ireland, I see Spain, I see Italy. So maybe it's waking up now. 20 meters is where everybody's on 20 meters. Okay. Everybody's on 20 meters. So right now, look, that's 10 meters. It's waking up, but look at 20 meters. Look at that bar in 20 meters. Everybody's on 20. Sorry about that. Let me put it back over here. Yeah, so it's slim pickings right now. It's slim pickings. But that's my experience so far. The last couple of years that I got my license. Now, usually around March, late March, well, now middle March, but we're already approaching late March. Into April, activity starts on 10. It starts not many people for whatever reason. It's and it only takes a few people. They're ready to jump on 20 and not wait it out. Me, unfortunately, right now, since I don't got my general, I have to wait it out. Like the other day, a couple of nights ago, I got China on 10 meters. I got it before, but not confirmed. This one, I got China, and I saw a whole bunch of other countries. I saw Papua New Guinea, Solomon Islands in the Pacific. We're talking about 7 o'clock in the evening, 7:30 in the evening, and all suddenly I had a whole bunch of islands from the Pacific. Solomon Island. I had, of course, a bunch of Japanese. I had Korean. I had South Korea. And I saw China. I saw it was like 3 Chinese. So, sometimes you gotta wait it out. If you're doing 10 meters, you gotta be more patient. But that's why, a lot of generals, they're not gonna wait it out. They're gonna say, I'm gonna jump on 20. I can do it on 20. This is with me. That's why I'm trying to show people that, if you don't have the general, sometimes it's a little bit of, sometimes it's once you know the band enough, because I'm only doing 10. Like, I know the band well now. I can say I know the band well enough that I can still make those catches. It just sometimes it's not right now. Right now, I don't have to wait, for the Pacific. Of course, you got to wait later, but I got a better chance because there's less people. A lot of people, they're like, I don't want to be on 10. I'll just jump on 20. And when an exotic station like that comes on, and there's nobody on other than me, guess who gets them? Me. You see how it works out? There's a lot of people, I'm going to go on 20 because, I'm no. Right now, if I go to my logbook, let me go to awards. Okay, so let me go to awards. Let me go to my logbook. 132 countries. I'm at 132 countries. This is all with a technician. Why? Because I put in the work in this band. If I had the general, I would have been like, I can't. Nobody's on right now, but I'll give up on it. I'll jump on 20 where everybody is at. Yeah, I wouldn't have got, well, I probably would have got them anyway. Some of these exotic islands. But I would have had to compete with a lot of people on 20. When they come up on 10, there's not that many people there. When they come up on 10, there's not a lot of people there sometimes. And I'm there with 100 watts and I get hurt. And I say, yeah, okay, there you go. I just made contact with Vietnam. I got Vietnam, boom. Oh, I got Thailand, boom. I got, Asiatic Russia, boom. Pitcairn Island, boom. Because, I'm not competing with 300 other people on 20 meters or whatever it can list. You see what I'm saying? You got to be, work smarter, not harder. The proof is in the pudding right there, bro. 132 confirmed. This is 2 years. Okay? Not to brag, but yeah, I am bragging. So for those people that say, oh, you need to get the general, I'll get it when I get it. I got Haiti confirmed finally. So I'll show you my North America, South America now. So I already got Europe. This is North America now. I'm 5 away from North America. Five away from North America. South America. 5 away. Okay. Asia. I'm almost halfway there. Almost halfway there. Look at Asia. Look at all that. Come on, this is a technician guy. This is not no extra guy. Amateur extra guy. This is a tech. This is a tech, bro. 2 years. 2 years. Okay, 2 years. When people say, "Oh, you need to go to your journal room," they don't know what they're talking about. They're just being lazy. They just want to run on 20. They don't want to put in the work. They want to run on 20 and just, okay? Come on. Seriously. It's 2 years, bro. 2 years. Okay, look at that. I don't do contests, by the way. You see? I'm approaching 5,000 contacts. 3,100 confirmed. And I keep saying it because I'm trying to emphasize that. I'm trying to emphasize just get your tech license. That's it. You know, I'm trying to emphasize that because I see too many people get discouraged. Oh, I can't do HF because I need a general. No, you don't. 10 meters is fine. You know, if you want to do CW, yeah, you can do a lot more with CW. And when I set up my spot, I will be doing a lot of this too. I can do more bands with this too. You know, it's what you make of it, bro. You know? You know, I know you're going to have the naysayers out there. Yeah, whatever. Oh, I've been doing this for 50 years. I've been doing this for 50 years. Good for you, bro. Good for you. Good for you. But I'm going to tell people otherwise. You know, you don't have to spend a lot of money to do this either. You know? James Farley, I have about 40 channels programmed into my R5000. Okay. James Farley, I will start with all the FT8 frequencies to see how propagation is. I can go. Then I can. Excuse me, I got a burp. Sorry about that. To see how propagation is, can I go to WWV, CHU, Volnet, fax? Yeah. Yeah, and that's another thing that, you know, that's another thing that I learned over the last few years is that sometimes people exaggerate about the conditions. You know? Sometimes people think that because one band is affected, it affects all bands. That's not the case. Every band is different. You know, right now, 10 meters is not good. Doesn't mean that the rest of the radio race of HF you can listen to something, or you can well, in my case, not in my case, but you know, if I, in a general, yeah, I could go down to 20 if I had general, you know, or whatever, you know. And sometimes I like to do DMR, VHF, UHF, and all that. That's fine. Of course, some people say, "Oh, well, that's not radio. That's not radio," you know. Exactly. FT8 gives you a feeling with propagation in the world at the time. Yeah. You know, my thing with whatever radio hobby is what makes you happy. What makes you happy. You understand? I don't follow other people. Oh my God, you need to get this. No, I really believe that I learned in 2 years with a technician. If I would have got the general from day one, I wouldn't have learned as much as I did as a technician. I learned more as a technician about different aspects of radio. Believe me when I tell you that. I learned a lot more. I learned a lot more about, especially amateur radio. I learned I learned a lot more. If I would have got the general from day one, I would have missed out on all this. I would have missed out on learning DMR, on VHF, UHF. I would have missed out on 10 meters. I would have missed out on 6 meters. You know? I would have been like, like, how you say? I would have been following the herd. I'd have been following the herd. I would have been following the herd right here. That's the herd. That's the herd. Disagree with me? I don't care. That's the herd. A lot of that is the herd. It's just the herd. They just some are just too lazy to wait it out. That's my opinion. Some of it are too lazy to wait it out. And they don't have the patience. They give up. They give up and they run to I'm gonna run. I run to 20. I run to that's fine. And kudos to you. Exactly. There's a lot of listen, James. I haven't even done satellite yet as a tech. And I want to do that. I want to eventually do that. And that's not easy. It's not easy. It's not easy chasing a satellite that's traveling 14,000 plus miles an hour, and you're trying to point your little handheld Yagi and trying to make contact with it. It's not easy. It's not easy as people think it is. It's not easy. There's a lot of stuff that goes into that. I'm more impressed by that than somebody going on 20 meters and talking to somebody half around the world. That's not impressive. You think that's impressive? You go on 20 single sideband and you talk to somebody half a word around. That doesn't take skill. Believe me when I tell you that. It don't take skill. What takes skill is something like that. Like have a dish and point it. And that's because now you have to do some, you have to do some think. You have to do some thinking. You talk about stuff like the Doppler effect and blah blah blah blah. You know what I'm saying? That's some math there. There's a little bit of math involved there. And I'm not saying there's no math involved in the other stuff. There is math. And but come on. And that's why, I say enjoy this first and master it. Master it. But that's my interpretation of when I got into this hobby. Is right away some people were like, get off the repeater, get on HF. And when I monitor on the FT8, when I monitor, I see the same people all the time. And then they come up here to 10, and I make contact with them, and then they go back down to 20 because they get they whatever, they get bored or whatever, and that's it. So it's not like this is stopping me. Yeah, I don't make contact in their band 20 right now for endorsement. What's harder? Get 100 countries on 10 meters or get 100 countries on 20 meters? 100 countries on 10 meters is a lot more patience than get 100 countries on 20. Believe me. Believe me. Believe me. There's, and that's why, before I was so adamant about getting in, I'm gonna get it when I get it. I'm gonna get it when I get it. But by the time I get it, I'll probably be at 150 countries. By the time I probably get it, I'll be at 150 countries. I'm 17 away from 150. James Ford, there is too many things to do, so specializing in a certain thing is better. Yeah. Like I like, you know what channel I like watching? What's it say? Saving It for Parts, whatever his name is. That guy with the funny beard. He has a I don't mean to say funny beard. You know what I'm talking about? He has a lot of like junk, and he's always doing those satellite things. That's cool. You see what I'm saying? That's cool, and that's not something that you could just put together yourself. You really have to know what you're doing. You have to know what you're doing. Oh, you watch him? Okay, so you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, so he's a he's a cool guy. I enjoy watching his channel. So he does all that stuff, with the SDR and everything. That's to me, that's what I'm talking about. That impresses me more than somebody just going on, please. And that's the problem that we have this perception that everybody got to be on HF to No, you don't. No, you don't. So you watch that guy too. Yeah, I think it's Save It for Parts. That's his channel name. He's from Canada, right? I believe he's Canadian. Is where he's from. I like the geodesic dome. The geo, that geosphere thing that I wish I had one of those in my backyard. I would use that as a shack. Put one together, have it in my backyard. I literally would use that for a shack. If I had that geodesic dome. I remember when they were putting it together. That's pretty cool, though. I see more people on now. Okay, so now we're talking. Okay. See more people coming on now. Like, all right. Now look at 10 meters. Sometimes it changes on a dime. You see what I'm talking about? About being patient. You got to be patient. Okay? This is what I'm talking about. Now you can hear it. There you go. Now you can hear it. People coming on now. I'm going to put it like right there. Leave it like right there. Yeah, so now you see? People coming on now. How about let me tune it again? Not that I need to, but why not? There you go. Much better. Excuse me. Let me lower this down. Okay, I'll do some tuning later. See, now conditions picked up, right? So now I can I'm gonna move this over here actually. Let me move it at this time. There. I'm gonna move it like right there. And I'm gonna I don't have to move it there, Dan. That's why eventually I want to have my setup. I want to have my NASA. And it changed like a dime again. Look, now, look what happened now. Now the list went small. It's a patience thing, I'm telling you. Some people just don't have the patience. Let me open up. Let me open this one up. Okay, see, now I'm getting. Let me put this up. I'll leave it right there because now you see. Now I'm getting out. Yeah, because I'm skipping over you, most likely. Say, look, all the way down to Chile. Yeah. And look, see, now it's picking up. It's picking up now. Canary Islands. That's all. Yeah. See, Canary Islands. And yeah, now it's picking up. Two hours in. Wow, I'm already 2 hours in. Yeah, I've been live streaming like every day, pretty much. Well, I didn't. Yeah, well, I did yesterday, but technically yesterday morning. Yeah, because I'm trying to get the YouTube algorithm to, you know, so that's why I'm trying to put something up at least daily. I got the review video last night, so it'll probably be later on tonight. I have one video I want to put up, and then I'll put the review video for the CF6686 and Theo and I guess major traffic, except live. It said manor on my. I don't know if you mean minor or major. I don't know. Thanks, Danny, for what you do for I appreciate it. Well, I just live stream for just for live streaming. I don't claim to be an expert. I really don't claim to be an expert. And I don't. What's the other thing? One thing I don't do is I don't tell my Facebook followers and so on that if you voted for a certain president, you should unfriend them. I never did that. Like, my thing that we have in common is we all love radio. That's it. I love radio. I love all types of radio. Who you voted for, I don't care about. I don't care about. But I'm not going to hide who I vote for. I'm not going to hide who I vote for. You see what I'm saying? That's not going to happen. So, it's unfortunate that when I follow that channel and he went off on a meltdown. Yeah, you see, exactly. Look at the gray line. When you see, I mean, what is it? Yeah, it's crazy, right? Yeah. When you and I just follow the guy on Facebook, and then he posts stuff like that, like unfriend me if you voted for this, or if you're a supporter of this guy, and like I thought we were friends. I thought we were friends. But because of politics, You know? So I said, you know what? If you're gonna treat people like that, I don't want no part of that. Because I don't care. I don't care. I don't care who votes for who. I don't care about all that. But apparently he does. And he's, he does it, and then he's hypocritical about it. Because he'll say, oh, don't talk politics here. But you do talk politics outside of your channel. You know? And, disappointed. I was disappointed on that, on Facebook he had a fucking meltdown. He had fucking like a million meltdowns, and, like, I don't understand that, like you're my age, bro. Like, you should understand better. But, that's the left. The left is like that. The left does not want you. They don't want to coexist with you. That's the truth. Like, have I would have never been on his Facebook, I wouldn't have known the side of him. And I saw that side of him, and I was like, wow, this guy is totally different from the channel that he's always on. That's why you can never, I'm gonna say this, you can never trust anybody you see on YouTube. I'm gonna say it because you don't know the real story behind anybody. You don't know. Like when you go on Facebook and you go on Instagram and you see these people posting these pictures, they all celebrating, they all happy. Believe me, I know some that post a lot of fake stuff on social media that they're very happy, and they're the most miserable people in real life. They're very miserable in real life. But they put that front, like they're doing so well. And that's why, and I try to teach my son that you can't believe what you see on social media. Because some people hide. They're not going to be out there. They're not going to be out there. Because believe me, I know some that post like, oh, look at us. We're traveling all over the world. And we're eating fine food. And look at this, we're a happy family together. And they're the most dysfunctional family in real life. For real. I'm being honest. In real life, they're fucked up. But but if you see them on Instagram and Facebook, they're all one big happy family. And that happens a lot. And people believe that. People believe that. People believe that shit. And that's what happened, I was following this guy for a long time on YouTube, and then I don't want to say names because yes, I'm gonna say yeah. It's unfortunate. It's very unfortunate. And then I said, let me I have a personal Facebook. I said, let me add him. And then as soon as I added him, I regretted it. I was like, what the hell's wrong with this guy? It was like a different person. Different person, bro. Anybody that supports Trump, anybody that supports Elon, unfriend me. And then I just people commenting and like we're fucking imbeciles and all that. I know what I voted for. You don't agree with my president, that's fine. When you start telling all, like Hillary did with the deplorable shit. I know some in this chat that voted for Kamala. Do I tell them to go fuck off? No. I know some that voted for Kamala. And that's their prerogative. You understand? That's their prerogative. I don't hate them for that. And they thought they voted what they thought was best for them. And I'm telling you, I saw the true side, bro. When I added him on Facebook, I unfriended him. I left everything. The group, I left that shit because they were full of haters. People posting stupid shit, and people posting stupid shit. We'll look the other way. We'll look the other way about that shit. About AM radio's full of right wingers and all this shit. AM radio's full of right wingers, and I don't like what I hear. AM, you're supposed to be the representative of all radio. You're the representative of all radio. And you're gonna look the other way when people you're gonna look the other way when people on that group, that Facebook group, post shit like that. You're supposed to be Mr. Non-partisan, Mr. Non, Exactly, Theo. Yeah, Glenn. It's unfortunate. I don't hate the guy, but apparently he hates people like me. It's unfortunate. I unfollow them, then I unfriend them. Then I, the Facebook group, I left that. I want to do it. Then eventually I subscribed. That was it. You couldn't pay me to go in that live stream anymore. Like after reading all that, I just got disgusted. Because and I know people. There's people here that don't like me, and that's fine. But I'm gonna wear my shit on my sleeve, bro. What you see is what you get from me. I'm not gonna try to hide it. I say what I say here because I see that too many times, man. I see that too many times with people. Go on and peddle and shit like that, and come on, man. It really saddened me when I read all that shit. And then the people that follow him and they just agree with him, like with that, like really try to demonize people like me, like without knowing why I voted for him. You understand? I was a Democrat. I was a Democrat a long time. I was a Democrat, but I voted for Obama twice. Okay, so I'm not this fucking radical shit that people talk about. It's common sense shit. I'm in hour 2, so I don't give a fuck now. PG rating out the fucking window. And and when you start posting that shit, first of all, it happened a long time before that. Like, idiots when they post AM radio, the whole AM radio was gonna get wiped out, and people were posting, I hope AM radio goes away. You see how karma happens to people? Oh, you guys are wishing that AM radio goes away because it's full of right wingers. AM radio is full of right wingers. And then You're really double down on your stupidity. Yeah, exactly. Same here, James. I voted for him twice. And the second time, I didn't have a choice. But then that was it. That was it. Because I was not going to vote for fucking Hillary Rodham Clinton. I was not going to vote for her. Fucking that fucking biatch is corrupt to the core. She fucking reeks of corruption. You think I was going to vote for that? I said, nah, man. I'm going to give my man a chance. I'm going to give my man Donald J. Trump a chance. That's what I did. 2016. You was going to vote for that fucking witch? Are you kidding me? But you see, that's the freedom of it. You know? Yeah, there was a one time. We're talking about 9/11. That's what you're talking about, right? 9/11? When she was a senator of New York. When she was senator of this state. She was a New York senator. How things exactly. She was a senator of New York when 9/11 happened. All right? And by the way, I did vote for her for New York Senate. For New York Senator, I did vote for her. Check that shit out. Okay? Now things change. Exactly. People change. People change. Values change. People change. So so you can't tell me I haven't been there. I've been there, man. I've been there. I just didn't like the direction they were going after this crazy shit. Yeah, exactly. The way they treat that man is disgusting. Theo, yeah, the same people who are mad at who you voted for are the same hypocrites. If we live in a free society and choice, who cares why? Exactly. But that's what happened. My president is an imbecile. According to him, my president is an imbecile. Elon is trying to destroy the world. That's why he ran off the blue sky. Oh, I'm taking down my ex because I don't agree with take down your ex. Nobody fucking cares. Take down your fucking ex. I have ex. There was a time that I didn't use X. That's fine. When X was crazy, I didn't use X for a while. I only used them to post my videos. That's it. I have a Blue Sky account, but I know not to post shit there because, all the crazy fuckers are there. But I still use it just to post videos. That's it. I'm not going to engage with people there because they're fucking nuts. So if you feel like that's just, if he feels like that's a safe space, go ahead. You're living in a bubble, bro. You're living in a bubble, man. You're living in a bubble. That's what I'm going to say about that. You live in a bubble, man. Yeah, James, Rudy really got screwed. Yeah, come on. Exactly. All I care about how it affects my pocketbook, my. And right now, of course, yeah, we're going through all this. The man's cleaning house. The man has to clean house. So yeah, the stock market is down, whatever. That that's they call that corrections. Market goes down a certain amount. You know what you do? You're building for long-term wealth. When the stocks go down to a certain price, you buy some cheaper. They're gonna come right back up. Nothing goes like this. It's always like this, then it goes down, and people buy, and it goes up, goes down, people buy, it goes up. Doesn't go shoosh. But you see, left are emotional. They're too emotional. They don't think about the big picture. They're too emotional. I used to be that way, James. I used to panic sell. When I was younger and the stock market used to drop, I panic sold a few times. I made a video on that on my Danny Finance channel. That's the worst thing you can do is sell because of emotion. You got to look at the big picture. That's what separates people that make a lot of money and become, success, have a nice portfolio when they're older, and people that don't have shit because they're too emotional. They're emotional. You got to know when to, that's what it is. I've been through that. Oh my God, 9/11, the economy was down. I sold everything on 9/11. After 9/11 happened, I sold everything, bro. And you know what happened? It all came back and then some. And I missed all those gains. I missed all those gains. Why? Because I got emotional. Everybody thought 9/11 was going to be, oh my God, we're going to have World War III. Oh my God. We got through that. And the stock market roared back and then some. You see what happened? And I missed out on all those gains. And then the housing crisis came in 2008. And what I did, like a fucking numbskull, I sold off again, like a fucking emotional. Oh my God, the market's gonna melt down. The Dow's gonna go down to nothing. And I should have bought when it was cheap. I could have got more. And then the pandemic happened. Remember 2020? What happened? Everybody was like, oh my God, the world's gonna end. But this time around, I learned my lesson. When everybody was selling off their stocks, I was buying them. Bro. I was buying cheap fucking airline stocks. Fucking bargain fucking basement stocks. And now, fucking good, man. Now it's fucking good. Because you know why? I didn't get emotional this time. This time I said, you know what? When Trump was talking about that, there's going to be a V pattern. You know what's a V pattern? That means there's a V pattern. It goes down and goes up. And that's what happened. Everything came back. Remember the Norwegian cruise line? Oh my God, they're all going to go bankrupt. Norwegian cruise line, they all came back. Right? American Airlines, oh my God, they're never going to fly again. They came back. You see what I'm saying? Because when you get emotional, you can't think. And that's what happens to them. I hope you understand what I'm saying. Because that's the in a nutshell, that's the way they are. They're emotional. And this is what's happening with Doge. Doge is doing that. They're cutting back everything because they're trying to balance the budget. We're trying, because we're gonna be insolvent and broke in another 10 years. We're gonna be fucking broke. Nobody's gonna have fucking anything. No Social Security. Everything's gonna be backward. But they're fucking emotional. Oh my God, the sky is falling. Oh my God. Because that's what they do. They try. You know what they do? They feed people with emotional shit. Like when they talk about, oh my God, they're going to cut Social Security. Oh my God, they're going to cut Medicare. Oh my God, they're going to cut all this shit. Come on, man. No. You got to go through a little pain. That's my motto. You got to go through a little pain before you get a reward. You got to go through a little pain. You have to. Nothing is easy in life. People, nothing is free in life. You understand? And that's the problem. You're too fucking emotional. Believe me, I was there, bro. I was an emotional fucking person. I learned from that shit, bro. You know? There's some things that you have to, you know, you have to put your foot down on. You know, and not only money is, you know, they were out of control about everything. You cannot let 20 million people come in here unvetted and pay for all this shit. I'm sorry. That's fucking nuts. That's why they lost. That's one of the reasons why they lost. You can't bring 20,000, I mean 20 million fucking illegals and pay for all this shit and think that everybody was going to be happy with that shit. Come on, man. Because emotional shit. You know, they try to do the emotional shit. Oh, we need to help out the rest of the world. Oh, we need to help out. No, we can't help the rest of the world out. Let them all, listen, let them all figure out their own shit. Is that so hard? You know what I'm saying? Let them figure out their own shit. They don't like us. Let them figure out their own shit. Some of them don't like us. Let them figure out their own shit. You see what I'm saying? Why we gotta pay for shit? Why we gotta pay for other people's shit? Come on. That's because of emotion. They try to fucking put that emotion on people. You know, we're not the world's crutch. I'm sorry. And that's why, you know, these emotional people don't understand that. They don't understand that. Imagine I put a sign in front of my door and I say, you're welcome to come into my house and take whatever you want. You think I will have a house for long? My house will be a fucking dump. Everybody and Tom, Dick, and Harry will be in this fucking house, cleaning me out, and I would have no place to go in this house. And good luck trying to get rid of them afterwards. Come on, man. Come on, stop that shit. Fucking emotional shit. Seriously. And that's the problem with these people. They're too emotional. You know, they are. That's what I find ironic, that these people are the ones that, you know. Same thing with eggs. Oh, the price of eggs are going up. You know what I did? I didn't buy no more fucking eggs. And I heard on the radio yesterday, right? The price of eggs dropped because people stopped buying them. So just because supply and demand, because remember, come on, that's business 101. Business 101. Supply and demand. But if demand is too high, prices go up, right? So you know what I do? I'm not buying it. That's it. I'm not buying it. I don't buy it. That's it. You know what? Don't buy it. That's it. Don't buy it. And what happened to the price? It went down. Plus, I'm not going to buy it anyway. Especially if there's a chance that I might get sick eating the egg. So you know what? I didn't buy it. You know, and you know what else it did? It probably helped me lower my cholesterol down. So I haven't been eating eggs. I haven't ate eggs in over a couple of months now. You know, I probably lost a couple of pounds. So you know what? That's fine. Same thing. I remember a few years ago when the price of lettuce was through the roof because of E. coli. There was an E. coli on romaine lettuce. Was it romaine lettuce? No, on lettuce. I think it was. I remember. I don't know if you remember this, James. I think it was around the pandemic. There was a E. coli outbreak on a whole bunch of lettuce. It was lettuce. So when I would go into the store and one ball of lettuce was like, yeah, a little fucking thing like this, $2.50. I'm like, I'm not buying that shit. Fuck you. I didn't buy it. That's it. Because you know people are gonna price gouge. So you know what? A little ball of lettuce like this at the grocery store. He's like, $2.50. I said, I'm not buying that fucking lettuce. Fuck you. I didn't buy it. That's it. And you know what happened to the price of lettuce eventually? It just went down. That's it. Because people are gonna stop buying it. That's it. Like, you know what happens? People get emotional. People get too fucking emotional. And that's what happens. Like those people that buy, like they go to a Costco and they buy like, 100 fucking cartons of eggs in the beginning. Yeah, lettuce. And I would go to Sam's Club and they didn't have the romaine lettuce. Somebody fucking bought up all the fucking lettuce in there. So I would go to the grocery store. Yeah, but the bottom line is it happens to everything at one time or another. And then tomatoes, yeah. But you know what? You know what you do? You know how I deal with that? I don't buy it. That's it. It doesn't affect me. Like it affects people. I don't know how it affects people. Just don't buy it. Don't buy it. That's it. I remember the lettuce, man. I went in the store and the guy looked at me and I say, and I looked at him. I swear to God, James, it was like the size of a little softball. Fucking guy wanted to charge me $2.50 for that little lettuce. I said, get the fuck out of here, bro. I tell you, are you fucking kidding me? I looked at him like he thought I was gonna punch him in the face. I was insulted. He looked at me, $2.50. I said, yo, you for real, bro? You okay? Are you drinking? Are you drinking early are you drinking cerveza in the store? And I said, get the fuck out of here. I went like, get the fuck out. I'm paying. Fuck you. But don't eat lettuce. I said, I don't care. Put that shit on my burger. Bro, no lettuce on my burger. Fine with me. That's it. People are, they just give in. They just give in to shit. Oh, the price of eggs. The price of eggs is through the roof. And don't buy the fucking egg. That's it. It takes care of itself. James Farley, people guys so used to buying vegetables in the winter. Yeah, that's all, But my thing with anything that like that, don't buy it. That's it. It's like, when we were talking about Tesla earlier, that we can't afford a Tesla. Well, guess what? Maybe we could afford a Tesla now because people are not buying them. So people are not buying Teslas like before. Now they're going to be cheaper. So maybe finally I can buy a Tesla. You see what I'm saying? If they don't want to buy it and it's cheaper, if it gets to a point where it's affordable, I'll buy one. I'll buy one if it's affordable. Remember when it was 60K, people, remember when 60K, people were bragging about it. Like, a couple of years, remember, like at least 3 years ago, right? 3 years ago, if people own a Tesla, they would show that shit off. They would show that shit off. They'd be like, yeah, I'm putting an electric vehicle, a Tesla, baby. I pay 60K for this bad boy. Or whatever. Now they don't want to be caught dead in it, right? Because of what? Because of emotion, right? So now they made it affordable for people like me. They made it affordable for people like me. Hey, give me a good price on it. I'll buy it. I'll buy it. You see what I'm saying? Oh my God. Yeah, exactly. The Hummers, gas guzzlers. Oh my God. Oh my God. The environment. Oh my God. Hummers used to be expensive. Well, they still are expensive. But I remember it wasn't a Hummer like, didn't the Hummer, He's like $100K or something. Some crazy. It's expensive. And look, you know, that's Tesla now. Tesla. Nobody, you know, nobody wants to be caught there with it. Nobody wants to be caught with a Tesla because one, you don't want to get your car keyed up. But you know, hey, if the price was right, I'll get one. I don't want to pay 60. I don't want to pay 60K for one. But if it was, you know, if it was reasonable, like you know, like a Honda, you see what I'm saying? They do it to themselves. They do it to themselves, man. Yeah, this gray line is crazy. Look at this shit. Oh my god, look at that. Oh my god. That's why we gotta laugh at stuff like this, man. Yeah, this guy taking it too seriously, having meltdowns on his Facebook. And you know what? Too bad, bro. That's too bad, bro. Because you know, I'll be honest, and I said it. You know, I looked up to the guy. You know, it's sad because I looked up to the guy. I started, you know, when I started this channel, I kind of, I learned from watching others. But then, you know, when people get emotional, then you lost me, bro. You lost me at that point. Then you lost me at that point. You know, I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with the guy, bro? Like, you know, Trump derangement syndrome, bro. That's what it is, bro. TDS. Fucking TDS, bro. Let me refresh this. And this is, oh, this was already today. Okay, so, all right. Let me go here. Logbook. Let me do this import thing. Bing. Let's see. Yeah, he has a master plan. Yeah. I know he has an Iron Man thing. He does. Yeah. Has a master plan. Yeah. That's why, and let me tell you something. Since I am subscribed, and I by the way, not only him, I got rid of a few people because because they basically they're his followers. My feed has been so much cleaner. I already well less. I had to trim the followers too. Trim the followers because some of them were, I don't know. I don't know how you go through life being a follower. So I'm done with that. At the expense of losing a few people, and I'll gain, because I'm looking at the big picture, people. I look at the big picture. I'm not working on emotion. Like and I'm gonna say one more thing. They act like the man is gonna be here for the next 50 years. The man is only gonna be here for the next 3.5 years, and then he can't run again. That's it. He's done. That's it. Just like Biden was president for 4 years, right? Even if he would have won, let's say he would have won, he would have had 4 more years, and that's it. My thing is, you go on with your life anyway. You have to go on with your life. You can't worry about stuff that you have no control over. You can't. I tell people all the time about that. Don't worry about stuff that you have no direct control over. You just don't. You can't, because you'll go crazy. You know, I lived through what? You know, 8 years of Bush. I thought Bush was a fucking complete buffoon. But we survived it. We survived it, right? 8 years of Bush, we survived it. That's what I'm saying. That, you know, people get, you know, people want to get cryogenically frozen and go to sleep for 4 years and wake up. My thing is, man, you know, you live your life. That's it, bro. You know, remember 4 years ago they were popping off fireworks and all that. That this man was in office. And what I said back then, I said, I'm just gonna sit in my lawn chair, eating some popcorn, and watch him fuck this shit up. And that's what he did. That's what Biden did. He fucked it up for 4 years. Was I fucking telling people to go fuck off? Was I telling all my, I was like, there you go. You know what? You voted for him. Enjoy him now. Even my wife's co-workers, I said it. I said, oh, you voted for him? Now enjoy it. Don't come crying to me in about a few months that gas prices are too high. And I told them. And what happened within a year? They're all crying. I said, there you go. I just chuckle and laugh. You see what I'm saying? That's what I did. And by the way, they still didn't vote for him. They still didn't vote for Trump the last election. They went ahead and they voted for her. And I said, well, you haven't learned your lesson. You haven't learned your lesson. Until it's right in your pocket, you're not going to learn. That's it. People are too emotional. People need to stop being so emotional. We have a better world if people stop being emotional and stop invading people's spaces, you know? It'd be a better world. You know, don't tell me how to raise my kids. Don't tell me that my kid is not a boy. You understand? The world will be a better place. And I say it, the world will be a more peaceful place if people keep in their fucking spaces. If you don't get in my face, I won't get on your face and have to knock you out. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't. And that's what happens with them. They try to fucking go into every little thing that you do. I blame them for VOA because of the shit they were putting out there. NPR is gonna be next because I tell everything they touch, they ruin. And that's why they lost. You know, my son's principal the other day was handing out flyers about ice, about how you can avoid ice and all this shit. And she was gonna give me one. I said, listen, first of all, I'm a citizen. Second of all, I looked at it and said, well, you assume that because I speak Spanish, I'm a fucking Mexican? Now, I'm fucking Puerto Rican, first of all, and I'm a citizen here. And I'm a veteran, too, by the way. And she's like, well, sorry. I said, well, well, you assume that because everybody here talks Spanish to somebody. We all fucking illegals, you know? Because she was going around telling people, oh, you don't have to show your face in the camera. You're going to do a Zoom meeting. You're going to do a Zoom meeting and the other shit. Yeah, I'm looking at her like, okay, in other words, you're harboring fugitives. So when she came to me to give me that flyer, I already had a fucking opinion about it. I was like, first of all, I'm not a fucking illegal. She looked at me like, what the fuck happened to you? I said, I'm a fucking citizen and I'm a fucking veteran. So you know what? You're barking up the wrong tree with that fucking flyer. The fuck out of here with that shit. Because she's like that. She's a new principal. When we had last year, he wasn't like that. He was, He didn't get involved with that shit. This one wants to. She says on emails about being inclusive. I said, I don't want to. Stop sending me all this shit. You know, fucking DI shit. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. So she was giving out the flyer, and she's like, "Tú tienes uno?" And she was talking to me Spanish. I'm like, first of all, I'm not illegal. And I'm talking to her in English. Everybody's looking at me like, oh, what the fuck? I said, so, you know, first of all, I'm a citizen. I'm a veteran. You're welcome. And, you know, come on, get out of here with that shit. Like, because they were, you know, they were, because you got to understand, it was like a few, right after the election, I mean, right after the inauguration, when I would pick up my son from school, a lot of parents disappeared. They weren't picking up their kids. I'm like, because, you know, a lot of them were illegal. There's a whole bunch of illegals. So, you know, on Sunday, I was like, man, this shit look like a ghost out here. What happened to all the, you know, they all were hiding. They're all hiding now. They're all hiding. Here in Yonkers, they're all hiding. Because of ICE. So then they were talking about, oh, that they went into this school, they went into them. Now I'm looking at, you know, they're not going to the school. They come on, just stop with that. But I listen to it, I bite my tongue, I go, these people, they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And then they had a boycott here. Like, I think it was on a Monday, they shut down all the stores around here. There was like Dia de los Inmigrantes. They shut down all the stores that, you know, any, and I'm gonna say not immigrant, any Mexican owned, they closed for the day. You know what I did? I went to ShopRite. The fuck I care. And then you know what I did after that? I keep going to ShopRite now. I don't go to the stores no more. There's one store right here in the corner. I used to buy sandwiches there all the time because they did that protest shit. And guess what I did? I don't buy no more sandwiches. I don't buy nothing from that store now. And you know what that does for me? It's going to help me lose weight. There you go. You know, Dia de los Inmigrantes. Let me do the quotes. Dia de los Inmigrantes. I keep it real here, bro. Those of you know, I keep it real here. So when I did the Dia de los Inmigrantes, I took notice of all the stores that were closed. I said, this store bans, not buying from you, not buying from you. And I haven't bought from them ever since. I'd rather take the extra walk, which is good for my legs anyway. And it helps me lose some weight and get that circulation on my, you know, my legs. I'll walk all the way to ShopRite. And it's cheaper, by the way. I'll take that half a mile walk to ShopRite. I go to ShopRite, buy my shit, walk back. And if it's, you know, I put some in a backpack, I'll carry a couple of bags. It's a nice little workout. But now I'm done with the inmigrantes. Hearing their shit in the store. You see how I deal with it? Lickety split, baby. And I used to order there. I used to order there like every like sometimes I would call, they knew my name. I would, you know, order a sandwich or whatever. I had to go pick it up or whatever. 2 months. Almost 2 months now. Since they did that. Dia de los Inmigrantes. I banned them. That's it. That's how I deal with it. You know, that's how I deal with it. That's it. When they throw that nonsense, Dia de los Inmigrantes, I don't buy from them no more. That's it. And let me tell you something. It's good on my pocket. Money that you save on your pocket. And I'm probably gonna lose a couple of pounds. I'll lose a few pounds here and there. And I'll eat a little healthier. I won't eat no greasy steak sandwich. Philly cheesesteak. All right, take care, Tasso. Have a good day, my friend. Off to class, but we'll be listening for a bit. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to milk a little more, an hour or so. I'm going on the third hour. I'm just going to be out for a while. I'm trying to crank up all these hours. But if anybody want to feel free to come on and talk about something else, go right ahead. That's fine. Yep. But yeah, hey, you know, you see what happened with these people, like the store. I go back to what I'm saying. Same thing with the store. If I was a store owner, I would never do that, because what you're doing is you're cutting your see. It goes back to emotion. It goes back to emotion. They don't understand that a lot of people don't care for that shit. You know, we don't want fucking 25 million illegals in here. I'm sorry. I'm fucking gonna say it. I don't care. I don't care. I'm gonna say it. And then when they did that, they put the flyer. Because I went to the store that day, and I saw one was closed, and they had the sign. And they wrote in Spanish, "Oh, we're closed because we're protesting." You know, in other words, they're protesting my president. Dia de los Inmigrantes. Right? Dia de los Inmigrantes. I just took a note. I said, "Not buying from you no more. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you." That's what I did to them. So you know, they bite the hand that feeds. The store bites the hand that feeds them. You understand? Me as a business owner, I would never do that. I would never exclude anybody. You know, I wouldn't have closed down that day. I don't care, because you know what? That's stupid. You're shooting yourself on the foot, and that's because of emotion. And what I did, I said, oh, okay, I'm gonna go to ShopRite. I took a walk to ShopRite. I bought some food. I bought my beer. I came home, and it tasted better. That was it. And what happened after that? I never went back to that store. I go to ShopRite, or I go to, there's another store I go to down the block. You know, the Dominican. They close that day because they don't care about that shit. They open all the time. I go there all the time because they don't care about that. It's only the ones that are like, you know, the Mexicans. They're the ones that closed up shop and protest. Get out of here, bro. Get out of here. You see what I'm saying? That's emotion. Emotion will get you ruined. Emotion will ruin your life. You run a business and you're emotional, you will be out of business. You know, I would never go to that store again. I would not buy from the store again. And I'm very stubborn when it comes to that shit. When I ban somebody, they're banned for life. But for you to get back in my graces, I'm not that forgiving. You know, fool me once, shame on me, right? Fool me twice, shame on you. I live by that motto. So, yeah, Glenn, I know. He said, I knew it was him. He dropped him months ago. Yeah, I mean, you know, people change when they get bigger numbers. That's another thing. You know, YouTube and all that. I've seen people change. They trying to get bigger, and before you know it, they have a plaque on the wall, and all suddenly, you know, we're little people after that. I'll tell you a little story real quick. When I started doing live streaming, and you know this, when I started doing live streaming, the first person I wish was here would have been him to support my live streaming. I've done over 200. Well, you see the number 204, was it? But it's more than that. He's never been on my live stream, not once. Not once. Never been on my live stream, not once. Because in the beginning, it was like, you know, oh, yeah, one day I want to go by there. You know, he kept telling me one day I'm gonna go by there, and I was like, okay, yeah, it'd be nice to have you here. You know, never came to my live stream because apparently I guess I'm too doesn't like me. You know, whatever it is, I don't know. It's not jealousy, because why would you be jealous of me? No reason to be jealous of me. I'm not getting. I don't have 100 people. I don't have 200 people watching. But something triggered him after I started doing live streaming. You know, maybe that's what it was. Maybe he was hoping I would go away. I don't know. Because, you know, I said it, I made it clear. I'm gonna be this way. I'm gonna do my channel the way it is. He has his core audience. He has his thing. And I'm not comparing nobody to nobody. I don't do that. I don't do that. That's the worst thing you can do. Compare channels. I don't do that. On my channel, I'm who I am, whatever. My own, you know, my channel is like my own radio show, whatever you want to call it. I'll keep it the topic for an hour or so. When we get to the third or fourth hour, we'll talk about whatever we want to talk about. If people don't like it, they can leave. That's it. When you get to a certain, you know, whatever, you know, I get more people watching my channel, and on other social media, they tell me, I like I like who you are. You straight up. I was like, yeah, thank you. I appreciate that, because that's the way I am. And when he kept telling me he's going to be on my live stream and he never showed up, I was saying that this guy's full of shit. I was saying that to myself. In my head, I was saying, this guy's full of shit. This guy's trying to blow smoke up my ass. I said that. I was saying that to myself. You know? Like, maybe he was hoping that I will fail by now. And look at my numbers. I mean, I'm not blowing away anybody. I'm just struggling along. And that's fine, bro. I probably will never get 200 people watching, whatever. And by the way, from what I hear about some people pay for that shit. Don't be surprised if some people pay for shit like that. Because I see, believe me, I got in all the emails. Oh, you could have, you know, these people watching if you pay for this package. I'm not doing all that, bro. And then when you say you're gonna be here and you never showed up on my live stream at all, you know, you just blowing smoke up my ass. Like at some point, you know, it's gonna. Oh, by the way, never left a comment on my video. I have over 950 videos. Never left a comment on one video of mine. Not one video. I mean, seriously. You know. Remember I said it earlier when I was live streaming. I said there's channels that I used to leave comments, and when they don't comment back, I start losing interest in them. It was one of them. Right away, it was one of them. I'm like, bro, you're not bigger than me, bro. And you're not better than me. You just, yeah, you got better numbers. You got, you know, you have your own channel, but don't think, you know, I'm a peasant. I'm not nobody's peasant. I'm nobody's peasant. You know, I call it for what I see it. So never came to my live stream. Never even left a comment on one of my 900 videos now. Something's going on. You know, something's bothering the man. And that's when I stopped. I said, you know what? I'm done. I'm done with this shit. I don't want to deal with this shit. 50-year-old man having a meltdown over a fucking president. Come on, bro. Give me a fucking break. Glenn Dance, I have something to add. We all have to get rid of the tenure at university level. Yeah, well, I don't really care about university. You know, my son, I'll give it my son. You know, when I was growing up, supposedly college was the way to go to make money. Nowadays, you don't need a college education to make good money. Okay, my son, as he get older, I already encourage my son to learn a trade, a skill, even if he had to go like to a trade school. I think that benefits long run than going to some fucking college and getting indoctrinated with all this shit. You know. And by the way, a lot of those colleges cost money. You're gonna be in debt too. By the way, so like Colombia, you know what my solution with Colombia is? Don't send your kid to Colombia. That's it. Even if you could afford it. If I could afford it, and my son wanted to go to school, I told him go to any school, but you're not going to Colombia. I'm not paying for Colombia. You want to go there, you're gonna pay out your own pocket, but I'm not gonna pay for that shit. If you want to go to another school, I'll pay for that one. You know what I'm saying? You hit them where it hurts, because that's ridiculous. So yeah, they need to get rid of tenure at university level. Almost all left-wing teaching, of course. Yeah, I never worked at one, but I worked in laboratory doing useful research. Yeah, and it's unfortunate, but a lot of universities are now, believe me. I went to smaller college. I went to a private college. Not expensive, but it was I could have went to state university or state college, and it would have been cheaper. But some of them already, like City College, is already fucked up. You know, for example, City College here, the one in Manhattan, City College, that's a very for a city CUNY school. But now that school is crazy now. It's like Columbia. They're radical. All this free Palestine bullshit and all this fucking nuts. Theo, I love how real you are, Danny. You are. I won't say I'm sick, but keep being yourself. Yeah, well, I think that's a byproduct the older you get. You understand? It's an age thing too. I think the older you get, the more you don't care about certain things. When I was for example, when I was a teenager, I was not who I am. I was I cared about certain things that when I look back at it, it was stupid. Even in my 20s, my values were different in my 20s. And then in my 30s. So as you get older, you recognize it's called being wise. As you get older, certain things that they don't mean anything anymore. Like people get dramatic over stuff that, I keep going back to that. People get worked up over stuff they really have no control over. Like, why would you get worked up for something that you have no control over? Like, for example, in New York State, the governor we have now, Governor Dingbat, Hochul, we were this close to move to Florida. This close. Because my wife is in the healthcare industry, and they were going to try to mandate. First, they mandated 2 doses. The first two shots. Well, she was going to lose her job. She went ahead and got the first 2 shots, even though she really didn't want to take the shot. She really didn't want to take it. And then this fucking governor doubled down. She said, no, now you got to take the booster. Check this shit out. So that was it. We started looking for houses in Florida. And then a lot of people left. A lot of people left New York State. And I guess all of a sudden she backtracked. She said, no, the two whatever. You know, only the initial two, you know, the first two shots, and that's it. Because that's what I did. I took the first two shots. I regret it, but I ain't take no booster. I'm not taking no booster. I'm done with that shit. After the second one, I almost died. After the second one, a few months later, I got into anaphylactic episode. I couldn't breathe for like 2 minutes, almost like 3 minutes or something. And thank God, I started breathing again. I almost passed out and died. I'm not taking no fucking booster shot. Fuck that shit. And we were very close to moving to Florida. We're done with New York State. Yeah, I keep it real because you know what? You know, it is, you know, you have to. You have to. If you're afraid of what people are gonna think of you, then you're a follower. In my opinion, that's what it is. That's what it boils down to. If you care about what people think about you, then you're a follower. That's it. There you go. I just said it in a nutshell. Just be honest. If it bothers you what people think about you, especially people that you never even met, people you never even met. You know how many people send me stuff, you know, a little stupid comment here and there. I just fucking delete it, ban them, and that's it. Don't let that shit bother me. Like, I don't know the person from a hole in the ground, and I'm gonna fucking take his comment seriously. You know, this let me tell you something. YouTube is not for everybody. It's not. You gotta have a thick skin too. You gotta have a thick skin. It's not for everybody. Hello, Estrella Garcia. Hope you're doing well. James Farley, I never had a flu shot. I didn't want to get the vaccine either. I worked in a senior living place security guard, and if I didn't get the shot, I would have got fired. Yeah, I know. Exactly. And I was never the same. Exactly. Because I took it. I took the first two because I was going to go back to work. And, you know, I wanted to go back to work. So everybody was all, you know, remember the card? Oh, you got to, because they're going to ask you for the card. So that's why I took the two, because I wanted to get my card filled. And, you know, I wanted to go back to work. But looking back on now, I should have never took it. So, especially after that anaphylaxis episode. That was scary, man. I thought I was going to die. And for those of you that don't know what anaphylaxis is when your tongue and your throat, your airway gets blocked. Your tongue gets so swollen and your airway gets blocked or something. Or your airway gets constricted. I couldn't breathe. My wife thought I was choking on my wife thought I was choking on a piece of food. And I wasn't choking on food. I was just choking on my own, because, you know, airway was constricted. It was scary, man. I really thought I was going to die that day. I was very close to passing out. And wow. James Farley, and I was never the same. James Farley, I was fine until I got the thing and was tested twice a week. And I never got it until yeah, I know that too. I had 105 tests. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Well, before I took the shots, I had COVID positive. I had COVID twice before the shot. Before the shot. After the shot, I got it one more time, maybe. After the shot, I probably got it one more time. And that's it. and I never taken the flu shot. Because I heard that too. I heard that the flu shot is you know, there's so many strains of flu that, you know, you take one particular shot, there's still, you know. Yeah, I know. I know the media and everybody's trying to, you know, promote that shit. The next one is going to be the bird flu. Remember, first it was only chickens. Now it's in cat food. Humans are next. Right? Remember that. First it was the chickens because of the birds. The birds fly over, poop, and then the chicken infected the chickens, right? Then it wound up on cat food. Now a couple of cats died. It's cats. So you know it's coming. It's coming. I see the pattern. Yeah, I see it. I kind of see it. I was like, yeah, it's a matter of time before somebody's gonna have the first human casualty of the bird flu in the United States. You know? Yep. The bird flu. All right, 73. There you go. Okay, so I got him. Yeah, I know. They're sizing us up for that one. Because remember, that's what I started. It was the chickens. Yeah, I have one, but I need to get a new one. Actually, thank you for reminding me. I need to get a new one because mine they usually last a year. So I need to get a new one. Yeah, I have a few of them. I have about 3 or 4 of them in the house. Yeah, did they try to scare us with the mad cow? Yeah, monkeypox. I know. Orion, what the hell's Orion? What's this for? Field technician for. Oh, for a job. I got a text for it. I got an email for a job thing. Anyway, let me. Field technician, New York City area. Blah blah blah. Pay is $27 to $30 an hour. Overtime. Da, da, da, da. All right. Anyway, I'll contact them later. Yeah, I'm gonna change it around, James. I was going to ask you about what you're gonna. On the raised bed, I'm gonna put tomatoes and peppers only. Because what happened when last year I put corn in there. I don't know what I was thinking. So this year I'm just gonna have tomatoes inside the raised bed and peppers, like green peppers, maybe a chili pepper plant, and that's it, just for the raised bed. And it has a fencing around there, and that's gonna be fine in there. And then along the fence, I'm gonna plant some cucumbers. Since cucumbers tend to vine, let them grab the fence. So I'm gonna grow some cucumbers along the fence so it can, vine through the fence. Because I have a chain link fence, and I took that black cover off in the middle, so I want the cucumbers to go through the fence. I'm gonna use that as a trellis, and I'm gonna grow tomatoes too. But I bought three. I bought three 5-gallon bucket from Home Depot. Yeah, So I bought 3 empty, I bought 3 brand new 5-gallon buckets. 2 of them are going to grow potatoes in it because you need a 5-gallon bucket for potatoes. And then the third one, we're going to put ginger. I'm going to grow some ginger. And then, the other pots are going to have herbs and stuff. Because I got a whole bunch of pots for little herbs and stuff like that. And that's it. But, tomatoes and peppers are going to be in the raised bed only. And a couple of, maybe a chili pepper. And then the fence, the chain link fence is going to have the cucumbers. And, green beans also, green beans. Green beans. Yeah, green beans along the fence because that's also vine. They vine a lot too. That's what happened to raised bed. They went crazy inside the raised bed. Now I'm going to let them go crazy on the fence. So they can use the fence as a they can use the chain link fence as a trellis. Let them go crazy there. And then what I was saying, the buckets, potatoes in the buckets, and one of them might have ginger, or I might do 3 bucket potatoes, and then I have bigger ones. I can do ginger in there. I have a whole bunch of pots, and then some of them are gonna have cilantro, like cilantro, rosemary, right? Rosemary, cilantro, and then I have a couple of trees that are in the pot right now. They're starting to bud already. They survived the winter inside the pots. So I'm going to plant those on the ground. If you go to my Danny, DYI Danny, I got the free trees. Some of them survived over the winter. So now they're waking up now. I saw a couple of them budding. So they went dormant. They didn't die. They're, small, baby trees. Now I'm going to plant them on the ground. So I got a couple of trees I'm going to plant on the ground. I planted raspberry and all that, but that didn't survive. But this time around, I'm going to plant raspberry, but I'm going to put it in a big pot. My mistake, I planted it on the ground right away. But I'm going to do this year. I'm going to plant, not raspberry, strawberry. I'm going to put it in a pot. I have a big pot. It's a real big pot with soil. I want to let it get bigger enough. And then I put that on the ground near the fence. So it can vine also. Yeah, I know we're talking here about planting stuff. So yeah, I have a couple of stuff. So I'll be doing that soon. I gotta clean the yard more today. I have a whole bunch of because I don't rake my leaves over the fall. I don't rake my leaves. I leave them on the ground. I don't live in an HOA, so I don't care. Because I rake my leaves because it keeps the ground from freezing completely. So as soon as I rake the leaves now, the ground is already very fertile. Because what happens is it keeps it nice and warm and fertile. And you keep all the leaves on top. So now I got to rake the leaves. I raked a whole bunch of them. But I have one side of the yard I haven't raked yet. I'm probably going to do that today or tomorrow. And then I'll start putting up all the, the spring stuff. I have a bird feeder I want to put up. I have a little fountain, a bird bath. So I'll start putting that up soon. Probably wait till in April. I'll start doing that in April. Yeah, radishes. Okay, good to know. Like if I had if I really had an acre, I would grow a lot of stuff. Because I don't want my yard. I want to plant stuff, but I want my son to play around too. I don't want to have it like a total. I want an area where I can just sit down and you can run around like right now. We just got him a soccer net, so I'm gonna put it out there so he can kick the soccer ball in the net where the where the grass is at. So so today I'm gonna anchor it down. Later on, I'm gonna anchor it down. I already put it together. It's very simple to put together. Yeah, actually, you can fold it up and put it in a bag. So I'm gonna put it out there. I gotta see spike because with spikes. You spike it down on the ground, he can kick the ball there. Let him get some air outside, let him go outside and play. So he'll be on the computer all the time. So that too. 3 hours and 27 minutes in the books. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go upstairs for a minute. Be right back. I gotta stretch too anyway. I gotta stretch. I've been sitting here. All right. Oh my God. All right, here we go. Sorry about that. Yeah. All right. Yeah, in the books, exactly. 3 hours and 28 and counting. Yeah. Anyway, my wife is still sleeping. My son is still sleeping. You know, they enjoying the late sleep today. They have to get up early. But my son has a half a day today, so he would have been out already. 11 o'clock, he was going to be out. I figured let him stay home today. Let me see what the. So right now it's 50 degrees here in Yonkers, New York. It's sunny. I just saw the backyard. It's beautiful out there. The sun is, you know. As soon as I'm done with the live stream, I'm gonna go outside. I'm gonna enjoy the sun today. I'm gonna be out there getting some fresh air. I'll take one of my radios out there. Maybe I'll take one of my radios out there and see. You know, I want to put another into. Actually, I might go to the roof soon. And another couple of weeks, I'm gonna go on the roof and mount that antenna. Mount this. What is the fiberglass? Where is it? It's over there. Anyway, my fiberglass 2 meter, 70 centimeter. You know the whip antenna. I'm gonna mount it on the roof. So I need to get coax. I need to get coax for that. But I need to move all this out of here. I'm debating where I'm going to do the window pass-through. I have to do a window pass-through. Before I start bringing all that cable, all this coax, I'm going to bring it to the window pass-through. So I'm going to probably wind up 54 here in Oak Bridge. Okay. Yeah. So we're going to go up to 60 today, I believe. It's going to be around 60 degrees. Over here, it's about to say 62. According to the weather app. We're going to hit 62 today. So. Okay, let me transmit again. Okay, I was not. Okay, now I'm transmitting again. Okay, I wasn't transmitting. I'm like, why this thing is not updating? I don't see this thing update. That means I'm not transmitting. Okay, now I'm transmitting. There we go. There we go. So like 12 minutes. Last time I transmitted was right at 12 minutes. That's when I made contact. I made contact with the Portuguese guy. There you go. And let me put it for the last 3 hours because I've been on for a while now. There you go. See, right now, look, it's just updated. See? Updated, right? So I got hurt here. I just got hurt. Look at that gray line. Look at that gray line. It's ridiculous. Look at that. Like a straight. There you go. Just got contact. All right, let me see who's that. Russia. European Russia. Okay, there you go. Russia. Russia. Thank you very much. $70 in North Carolina. Yeah. I mean South Carolina, excuse me. And you know, we were looking into South Carolina also. Glenn. I'm still looking. Because at some point it's just gonna be too expensive to live here. I mean, it already is. But South Carolina is a great state. Glenn, what part of where in South Carolina are you located? Are you in the coast or I don't know. South Carolina. I remember going down when we were driving down to Florida and we went by what's that place? South of the border. South of the border. But we didn't stop by there. We just drove by there. And I remember seeing that south of the border. I remember I first heard about it because of the bumper stickers here in New York. I see people with a bumper sticker. I see Pedro with the sombrero. Like, what the hell is south of the border? And then when we went down I-95, is the right at the state line, right? South Carolina, Georgia state line, is it? Is it the South Carolina to Georgia state line? Right there, south of the border. And every time we're going to every other stop, you see the big billboard, south of the border, 10 miles away. And we look at my wife, I'm like, what the hell is this? There's got to be like some big... And then I seen videos ever since then. I saw YouTube videos on south of the border. I know it's not the same now. Like, it's like, people used to stop by there a lot. Now it looks like a ghost town place now. It's kind of sad the way things are now, RRT08, hello. I hope you're doing well, my friend. Rain and snow, high winds coming in tonight. Wow. Yeah. So, yeah, I remember south of the border. I saw a video on it a month ago. About a month ago. And it looks, of course, it's not summertime. I know a lot of people used to go like in the 70s. That's one of those stops people used to go to. And they had a whole bunch of motels there, hotels, whatever. I know a bunch of them are closed down now. It's like a place that people used to go to a lot. South of the border. I remember that. I remember when we were driving through there, you saw that. And that's why I enjoy going on the road more than flying. Now they're trying to pass all this stuff about, the what is it? You need to get what they call the real ID if you want to fly domestically now. I'm gonna be like, man, I don't care about that. I don't want to fly no more. I'm at the point where I don't really want to fly anymore. Yeah, that's a power supply. That's a 30 amp power supply from Tech Power. It's pretty good. It is very good power supply for the price. It's very good. Yeah, 30 amps. 30 amp max. This radio is a 100-watt transceiver. It uses about 21. Although right now I see it's broadcasting. It's transmitting, right? The needle is saying 18. So even though it says in the manual, it says this can, in the manual, the Yaesu manual, it says you need about 21 amps. No, it's using 8. It goes up to 18 amps, right? 18 amps. So it doesn't even hit 20. Yeah, that would be nice. And then I think the last time we went to Florida, we took the Amtrak. So the last time we took the Amtrak, we drove to Horton, Virginia, because the auto train, you got to take it at Horton, Virginia, because it's a different train. It's a 2-level train. So that train in the Northeast corridor, that train is too tall. So you have to drive to Virginia, and then you take the train, the auto train. So we drove to Virginia, and then in Horton, Virginia, the auto train is there. We got on the auto train. We went all the way down to Sanford, Florida. That was the train stop. It was about 18 hours on the train. It only makes one stop. And this is South Carolina. It makes one stop. And that's it. So it's non-stop. All the way to South Carolina. It makes one stop for about 20 minutes. And then on to Florida. Glenn Dansler, I am in Central South Carolina. People don't realize how industrial they are. 3 automakers and Boeing, and a lot of nuclear and DOD. Yeah. Okay, Central South Carolina. Okay. Yeah, first, when people talk about South Carolina vacation, they talk about Myrtle Beach. Right? First thing they talk about Myrtle Beach. Vacation in South Carolina, Myrtle Beach. That's it. Myrtle Beach. And don't get me wrong, we were thinking about going to Myrtle Beach also. Just to go there, take, vacation. Myrtle Beach. James Farley, I watch a channel called Rail Cowgirl. She's a conductor in Norway. Okay, cool. Norway conductor, Norway rail. Yeah, I know. Some of those places, I know in Europe. Yeah, it's a beautiful country, and the rail systems are extensive. I know. Yeah. The problem over here with some of those rail systems is the cost. It will cost a lot of money. Because, if you look at the map, you see Europe. Let me zoom in. I'll show you. Let me just zoom in here a little bit. If you see like Germany, right? I don't know if you can see the pointer. Or France, they invest heavily in rail to, high-speed rail. If we were to spend money to do a high-speed rail from coast to coast, it would be ridiculous. It would be like ridiculous amount of money. We're talking about $1 trillion or some, you know what I mean? Germany's like the size of Texas. Look at Germany; it's almost like the size of Texas. Texas is here. Germany's right here. Almost the size of Texas, right? Yeah, they can invest in Norway is, compared to the whole country of the United States. France, of course, like the size of Nevada. I don't know, whatever. The size, no. Let's see. You look at it, compare it, right? It's buried under here, but Yeah, it's buried under here, but maybe like the size of New Jersey. I don't know. If you were to buy high-speed rail from coast to coast, it would be ridiculously expensive. If you look at the Amtrak map, we still don't got rail service into South Dakota. Right? Into South Dakota and not South Dakota. North Dakota. I believe one of those, if you look at the Amtrak rail map, there's a big gap in here. There's a big gap. But it will cost, if we were to cover every state with rail, I shouldn't say that. I mean, I'm talking about high-speed rail. High-speed rail. We don't have much high-speed rail. We only have, they started doing the Bright Line in Florida. It's almost done. From Orlando all the way down to Miami. And that costed billions. And there's another high-speed rail that they're trying to do from California all the way to Las Vegas. And that's not even, it's way over budget already. And of course, the Northeast Corridor, we do have the Acela, but it's using old track. It's never going to be like, it's never going to be like in Europe. We're not going to have high-speed rail like in Europe. For us to have high-speed rail, it would have to build a whole new track to support that. And that was just going to cost too much. That would never make money. It would never be profitable. It would not be profitable. And that's the problem. It's just a country is too vast to have one, it can't, if you look at Europe, everything is close. You're in England, and like you just mentioned, you're in England, you want to go to France, there's a Eurotunnel. But you know how much that Eurotunnel costs? It was a lot of money. That was a huge project. The Eurotunnel, right? It was a huge project. Unless you do some kind of monumental project like that, and then from there you can connect to, they have the high-speed rail they can connect, but we don't have that because we still have old track, and it would just cost too much to we're talking about trillions or something like that. It would just be a lot of money. Don't get me wrong. James, I agree with you. I wish we had high-speed rail, just because you could only imagine. But it's not gonna happen anytime soon. It's too much money. But they're doing it little by little. Like I see Florida has the Bright Line. I never got to ride on it. Maybe one day if I go to Florida, I want to. And by the way, the Bright Line is never going to go like 200 miles an hour because it goes through certain neighborhoods and all that. I think the limit is about 130 or something like that. Under the Acela, the limit is like 125. I know Europe, and they look at that, they laugh at us and say, that's the high-speed rail. Or Japan even. If you want to go to Japan, right? You go to Japan, you see in Japan, and they have those super duper high-speed rails. They connect from one city to another, but we don't have that. We just, it would just be too much money. It would just cost a lot of money. So it's always cheaper to fly. Basically, it's cheaper to fly. And that's what happens. It's just, it's never going to be, it's never going to be profitable. That's the, Amtrak has never been profitable to this day. And that's federally subsidized railroad. Amtrak, people think it's a private business. No, it's not a private business. It's is subsidized by the United States government. And it's never been profitable. It's never been profitable, Amtrak. Once upon a time, many, many years ago, there was different private railroad lines for passenger service. I'm not talking about freight service. I'm talking about passenger service. You know, there used to be, New York Central, whatever, these railroads. There's so many of them. Santa Fe, you know what I mean? The list goes on. You know what I'm talking about. They used to also have passenger service. Union Pacific, you know what I'm saying? These have passenger service. But the advent of airline travel took off in the 60s. Flying by jet, right? You get on a Boeing 707 back then, and you could be coast to coast in 6 hours. 6 or 7 hours, you're coast to coast. And it was affordable enough that you could go. That killed the rail industry in terms of passenger service. It killed it. So rather than all of them bankrupt, they consolidated, right? The freight companies, they all consolidated. Like, Santa Fe, Burlington, Northern became BSNF, and so on, right? New York Central and a whole bunch of other ones became Conrail, and eventually CSX. They all consolidated for freight service. For passenger service, Amtrak was born. Amtrak was the creation of the U.S. government. Otherwise, there will be no passenger rail service at all. It was bankrupt. It was never going to make money because airline travel, aircraft, traveling by plane was always going to be cheaper. And that's the way it is to this day. It was never profitable. And now Amtrak is trying to put high-speed rail here and there, but we're never going to be like Europe. We're never going to be like that. So I know people want it to be like that. I would like that to happen, but it's never going to be like that. It's just not going to happen. It will cost a lot. We're talking about trillions of dollars to redo, to put high-speed rail all over the United States. In other words, New York to LA high-speed rail, maybe, traveling at, I don't know, what, a super duper high-speed rail, like what? 275 miles an hour, and I'm being conservative. 275 miles an hour, New York to LA, that still is going to take still will take a couple of days, at least. And you would need some, especially when you get to the mountainous area. That's a big undertaking. Unlike Europe, it's just, it's not feasible. No. But it would be nice. It would be nice if we had some of those. I look at those trains and I drool because I love trains. I'm a train. I'm a train junkie. I watch videos all the time on trains. I love traveling by trains. So yeah. RRT 08. I never had to drive when I lived in the UK. They had just finished the tunnel to France when I left. Yeah. It's like when I lived in New York City. When I lived inside New York City, I never had to drive. Because there's so much mass transit. You have bus service 24 hours a day. You got 24-hour bus service. You got 24-hour subway service in New York City. See, in Yonkers, everything shuts down after 11 o'clock. Right before midnight, everything shuts down here. But in New York City, it's 24 hours. Everything's open. A lot of fast food, not fast. there's a lot of 24-hour stuff going on in New York City. Stores, whatever, some restaurants, whatever, things like that. Convenience stores. In Yonkers, after midnight, 11 o'clock, and a lot of places close at 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock, everything shuts down. Supermarkets, 8 o'clock, 8:30, supermarkets are closed. There's only a couple of few that are, midnight. So you need to get out further out. But in New York City, you don't need a car for anything. You really don't. San Francisco was the same way. When I visited San Francisco, I was out there for a couple of months. You don't need a car in San Francisco because they have subway service and all that. It's very, subway, commuter, bus service, everything. I mean, it's like, it's a small city compared to New York City, but still. So, yeah. RRT08, I can sit for an hour subway. I mean, sometimes just taking the metro into Chicago due to freight traffic. Yeah, and that's not exactly. They get priority. Same thing here. The train tracks, the commuter train tracks, they're owned by CSX. So CSX has priority over Amtrak and Metro North here for that track, that one that goes right through Yonkers Station, the Metro North and all that, and Amtrak goes through here too. CSX has priority. They CSX. If they gotta run a freight train through there, everything you gotta wait. You gotta wait. Yep, exactly. Freight traffic always gets priority. RT08. They keep talking about Chicago to St. Louis. Probably never happened. Yeah, probably. Like a high-speed rail line from Chicago to St. Louis. That would be nice. But yeah, like I said, it's just the cost. Different Gear TV. Hello, and I hope you're doing well. Happy Wednesday, my friend. All is good. Yeah, it's good here too. We got beautiful weather here. And Reunion Island. Let me see. Reunion Island. Do I have Reunion Island? You know what? I'm gonna try it. Let me copy the call sign. I'm gonna put it right here. Paste the call sign. I'm gonna generate the message. Okay, Reunion Island. I want to make a contact with Reunion Island. So I know I don't have a confirmed contact with Reunion Island. Yeah. So there you go, Reunion Island. Make it happen. Yeah, I'm approaching 4 hours now. 3 hours and 55 minutes. So they're sleeping upstairs. So I'm going to hit the 4-hour mark any minute. About 5 minutes away from the 4-hour mark. Drink some water. But 10 meters is not the best. Not the best today. I mean, I got quite a few people now, but it looks like I mean, it's okay. It's better than it was a couple of hours ago. 15 meters picked up. There's more than 15 meters. And Reunion Island is gone. So let me go back to calling CQ. All right. There we go. Let's see if it comes back. No, it's not back. All right. You know, I can hear it clearly. You know, you got the strong signal right there, see? So conditions are better now. I have this radio. I want to hook it up when I put that 2-meter antenna. I have this radio that I bought. I haven't hooked that up to anything. This is that QYT KT8900D. You see how small it is? It's gonna go up to 50 watts. Oh, you can see the back of it. That's the back of it right there. And then you see it says QYT. Oh, wait a minute, it's upside down. It's upside down. What am I doing? Okay, here we go. Duh, here we go. Okay, sorry. So yeah, it's gonna put it right there, bro. Anyway, so that radio, it's 2 meter, 70 centimeter, 2 meter, 70 centimeter. Also, there's a mod. It's a software mod. Well, it's not really a mod. It's when you boot it up, you gotta hold like the power button and do something, and you could turn this radio into GMRS. So I was thinking about turning this radio into GMRS because this radio does 2 meters, 70 centimeter also. So when I fix this up and I put that antenna up there, I'm gonna convert this one to GMRS. Use it as a base unit for GMRS. GMRS. I do have a GMRS license. I can. So GMRS. And yeah, GMRS. It's pretty cool. So I still have it up here, and I want to play around with it. GMRS. I'll leave it on. I'll leave it on when I'm doing this one, and I'm monitor GMRS. And then if somebody comes on, I'll talk. People think that GMRS you don't get far. You can get far with GMRS if you have a radio like that, and your antenna pretty high. You can hear on GMRS. I have a couple of people, this is a fun thing to do. I want to set up my CB antenna too. I got a steel whip up there, 100 and what is it? What is it? 102 inch? What is it? 102 inch steel whip. I still have the steel whip up there. I want to hook that up, and I have a unit in CB radio. It's the 980 SSB. It's a nice CB radio. It's pretty cool. It's a Uniden, but it's cool. And I hooked that up. No amplifier, no nothing like that. Nothing. Legal. And hook it up and see if because I want to have single sideband, and see if I could talk to somebody on CB radio, single sideband. Be nice to do that. Nice to do that too. While I'm doing this, I can have that on and just monitor it. And I'm not talking about channel 6. I'm talking about not the Super Bowl. Not where you're gonna get stepped on. Talking about, Channel 38. I believe Channel 38. I like they use Channel 38 a lot. I see Channel 38. Single sideband. You can go either one, and just call, talk to people. I watch those videos. I'm like, man, that sounds cool too. Talking on CB radio, especially when conditions are good on 10 and 11. You know, I like watching this guy's channel, Coastal Waves and Wires. He does that. He goes on 11 meters. Salty. What's his name? I forgot his CB handle. His CB handle is Salty, because he's always saying stay salty. I forgot. Salty Walt. I forgot. Well, I don't know why I forgot his handle. And he's I like him because he keeps it real. Some people they frown upon CBers and all that. I don't care about all that. Because a lot of people that amateur radio, they go, CB the chicken band. Oh my God, chicken band. I don't care about that. I don't frown upon that. That's silly. We all did some CB radio. Like I did some listening, and that's it. I didn't talk much on CB. But so I like that he does that. I like that his channel is amateur radio, but he does the CB thing too. He talks on CB. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. So yeah. And I like the antennas that he builds. He does a lot of vertical antennas. And QRP, very little power. Talks to people in Australia, Europe, that's what it's all about, I enjoy watching channels like that. And he doesn't claim to be an expert, just like me. I don't claim to be an expert. I enjoy watching his channel a lot more than somebody that has 100,000 subs and he's know it all, Mr. Science. Man, get out of here. He's boring. I rather watch I watch Walt. He's a fun guy. He's a funny guy. He's a cool guy. Because at the end of the day, you gotta have fun. If you can't have fun, you can't have fun what you do. You think I'd be here for you think I'd be here for 4 hours if I wasn't enjoying this? Seriously. I'm here for 4 hours. I'm here for 4 hours. I enjoy talking. I enjoy chatting with you guys. I enjoy chatting with you guys. That's why I'm here for 4 hours. The only reason why I'm here. I could be doing this with the cameras off. I do the same thing with the cameras off. So yeah, so smash that like, smash. All right. Republic of Kosovo. Okay, I'm gonna click on you, Kosovo, because I don't have a Kosovo contact or confirmation. So Kosovo, there you go. I'm contacting you, Kosovo. All right, Kosovo. So there you go. Thank you. I appreciate that. November 2, Charlie Oscar Delta. You gotta have fun, man. You gotta enjoy life, man. Enjoy life. Don't be like these people crying over an election. They get mad at everybody. That's not cool, man. That's why I had to leave. I had to leave that channel. I had to leave that guy, man. I had to, unsubscribe. I was going crazy on people. You see what that man did? Oh, come on, man. Chill out. Have fun, man. Kosovo. Let's go Kosovo. Life is too short. And we know as we get older, like I'm 58. You know, tomorrow's no guarantee for any of us. I ain't gonna be stressing out over something like, oh, the price of eggs. Oh my god, the price of eggs. You know what? I don't buy the fucking eggs. That's it. Eggs are too high. Guess what? I don't buy eggs. That's it. Don't buy eggs. Probably save your life. Lower your cholesterol a little bit, maybe. You know? They just want to blame shit on other people. Keep crying over everything. The sky's falling. Oh my God. I'm telling you, man. I see that shit happen to too many people, man. I know people that work 20 years. Oh, there you go. I got Kosovo. Okay, Kosovo. Yeah, he popped up. Kosovo. Yeah, Kosovo. All right, let's make this contact. All right, Roger, Roger. Roger, Roger. Roger, Roger. Come on, Kosovo. Roger, Roger. There you go. Roger, Roger. Yeah, there you go. Thank you. There you go, Kosovo. Sorry about that. There you go, Kosovo. First time, Kosovo. There you go. Thank you. Thank you very much, my friend. Kosovo. So let me go here. Let me go to my logbook. And there goes Kosovo right there. Republic of Kosovo. So let me see if he does any logbook thing. He doesn't update. Okay, so it's gonna be probably log of the world. Yeah, he doesn't update. Okay, so I guess hopefully log. Oh, club log. Okay, so maybe log of the world. Okay, that's cool. Anyway, thank you. First contact from Kosovo. I'll take it. I take it. Yeah, one time I needed Kosovo because of the. One time I needed Kosovo because of Master of Europe, but you know I didn't need to have other countries, so I got to get this one, to get this award. I had the San Marino came through. Master of Europe, San Marino was the country that gave me the award. The Thailand tiny nation of San Marino. San Marino. That was a nice contact. San Marino. I was like, yeah! That was the one that I needed to get 60 countries in Europe. You know? Let me check something on my phone. There you go. And for those of you who don't know what San Marino is, I'll show you. You gotta go all the way in here. You see Italy? San Marino. It's a small nation. That's the one that got me to Europe. The master of Europe. San Marino. I still haven't got the Vatican. But there you go. So I got Kosovo. Yeah, I'm trying to work toward 150. 150 countries, man. Right now I'm at 133. So Kosovo is one. So right now Kosovo, well, I already got 150. But not confirmed. I need to get it confirmed here. Let me go to my logbook. See, I got 156. 156. Confirmed here, I got 133. It's 2 years. 2 years. So far, 2 years. So yeah, that's pretty good. Kosovo. I'm happy I got Kosovo. I said like that. I tried before a couple of times. Now I got boom. That's what I'm saying. Sometimes you never know. Sometimes it just happens. Sometimes it just happens on a given day, and not too many people are on. He comes on, boom. That's it. Sometimes when too many people are on, and like I said earlier, or they go, everybody's on 20 meters. Everybody's on 20 meters, 20 meters, 20 meters. You know, and then he comes up here, and then boom, I get him. I get him right here. Another country. That's what's cool about it, you know. Let's see where we at now. Cutter. I don't have Cutter confirmed, so let me Cutter. I don't think I even have a contact from. Oh, it's the wrong one. Sorry. Oh, he's gone. Just like that, he's gone. Oh God. Can I just? Nope. Yeah, he's gone. Anyway, he's gone. Cutter. So if we pronounce it Qatar, I say Cutter. I haven't talked on DMR in a long time. Let me see let me hook up my hotspot. Where's my hotspot? Hey, DMR hotspot. Man, I need some. I gotta be careful. I don't want to disconnect my camera. This one is, this little piggy goes to, this little piggy goes to where? This little piggy goes to my mouse. Okay, so not that one. That little piggy goes to my webcam. This little piggy goes to, okay, this little piggy. I don't want to pull the wrong one and kill my, this little piggy goes to, all right, this one. There you go. So this little piggy goes to my DMR hotspot. Yeah. There you go. DMR hotspot is on. Okay, let me put it over here. And I'm going to wait. Okay, got somebody from Italy. Where's my Balfrank DM1701? Where are you, buddy? Hey, oh, you're fully charged. Okay. There you go. My 1701 is right there. I'll give it another minute. It's booting up. Give it another minute before all right, thank you from Italy. Thank you very much for that. Malta. Oh, Malta. Oh, let me contact Malta. Oh, okay. Let's try Malta. Yeah, 73 Italy. Thank you, thank you. All right, Malta. The island of Malta. You see? Remember what I said earlier, James? It was dead this morning. Now it's coming back to life. It was dead. You saw how dead it was. There was nobody on 10 meters. Now it'd be nice if I get Malta. Kosovo and Malta. Wow. On 10. All right, let me what's the DMR? What is it? Pi Star. Is it Pi Star? There you go, Pi Star. Let me turn on my video. Let me key up. Let's see. All right, here we go. Be right there. Kilo de Atato, solo echo. Kilo de Atato, solo echo. Let's see Malta. Okay, Malta's busy right now. Malta's still there. Okay. So they just closed up with Malta. Okay, this one. So let's see if Malta. Malta. Roger. Okay. Let's see Malta. Reunion Island. I want to get Reunion Island, but anyway, let me try Malta. Reunion Island is gone. Okay, they'll be back. All right, I'm gonna keep trying Malta. Malta. Remember the volume up. Is it my volume up? Yeah, my volume is up. Okay, listening. Kilo Delta 2, Zulu Echo, monitoring talk group 91.
Kilo Delta 2, Zulu Echo, cancel IW. How are you today?
KF7 IWA. Hello, my friend. I hope you're doing well. Yes, I'm doing very well. You sound very loud and clear here into Yonkers, New York. And back to you, my friend. Let me see where he's from. Okay, Montana. Okay.
Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, 5959 voice as well. And for a minute, I thought I broke the Talk Group 91 station. And, well, awesome. Glad to hear you. And that's great. I was just calling to see Q a few minutes ago, and I thought I'd put out my 80578 UB2 Plus today. And I'm doing a YouTube channel as well. And you're sounding great. Over.
Oh, yeah. I just turned on my hotspot now. I'm doing a live stream myself here. And it was like, I still, no, because normally when I come on here, right away there's activity, but it was dead. So I said, let me just say, I'm monitoring, and then that's when I heard you. I mean, when you called me back. So yeah, I was like, what happened to Talk Group 91? Because I haven't been here. It's almost 3 months since I've been here. Anyway, so thank you, my friend, for the call back, and thank you for the contact. I hope you're doing well, my friend. And I'm gonna log you in the books as a 70 centimeter DMR contact. And again, thank you. And I'll talk to you soon, my friend. Have a great day. Back to you for the final.
Yeah, thank you. Kilo Delta 200 Echo. I think I remember seeing you on YouTube one time, on your YouTube channel. Yeah, that's right. I think I was in one of your comments one time. I think I was saying something about somebody or something, and I remember hearing you. I was watching you one time. You were doing a live chat show, I think you were. And wow, your face looks extremely familiar. I think I might have talked to you once on YouTube. Over.
Yeah, so your call sign looks familiar. I think you might have left a comment or something. Yeah. So right now I'm doing a live stream, and you know, I said let me go on DMR. Let me go on Talk Group 91 and talk to anybody. So cool. Nice to hear from you. Pretty cool. Henry, back to you, my friend. He wants to talk for a while, so I can't find him, but that's okay. We could talk.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm trying to look for you right now on YouTube right now on my other computer here. If it's one of, yeah, that's amazing because I remember talking to you in a chat group now because your call sign is really familiar too. I go, wow, what a coincidence! I never thought both of us would be online at the same time. That's amazing.
All right. Yeah, cool. Anyway, I don't want to tap the Talk Group 91 here, but yeah, thank you for talking here, and you're welcome in the live stream if you want. I'm live streaming right now. I've been on for 4 hours and 20 minutes on the live stream, so I'm gonna be on probably for another hour. So anyway, just stop on by, say hello, and thank you for talking. Thank you for the contact, my friend. You have a great day. 73, and back to you for the final. Oh, there you go. He's on. There you go, my friend. I see you.
Oh, wow. Yep, I just stumbled upon your YouTube channel just now, and I see your radio. I see your dashboard, 5-star dashboard DMR, and I see another laptop there in the background. Yep, I'm watching you right now. Wow, that's amazing. Well, thank you. And thank you for coming back here. I'll let you do your live stream, and I'm going to see if I can get some more contacts here.
All right. Anyway, thank you, my friend. And hope you have a great day. It's good to, yeah, I see. So, yeah.
Golf Japan 8 PVL. Golf Japan 8 PVL. ZS6 Lima Fox. Do you copy from Jersey?
Okay. All right, cool. Let me see. Thank you. Okay.
Golf Japan 8 PVL. Do you copy? Zulu Sierra 6 Lima Fox.
There you go, my friend. Thank you, my friend.
Yeah, that's it, Roger. This is Golf Juliet 8 Papa Victor Lima in the island of Jersey. Good afternoon to you. You're coming through the loud and clear here.
You made the live stream, man.
Echo Tango, Echo Romeo, over.
I hope you don't mind if I may make a short from this.
Good afternoon, Peter. Well, I'm in Olathe, Kansas, which is...
So I may make a short video from this one.
Yeah, I'm in the Kansas City metro area.
I don't know yet. Let me see.
I'm guessing you're in England, sir?
I love this. See, this is what I'm talking about, people. You gotta have fun, man.
I live in a retirement village just east of Johannesburg City.
Yeah, so
FT8 FT4 SSB DMR C4FM all the way. So great to hear you there. Let me put it back to you. Golf.
Let me check. Oh my God.
Golf Japan 8.
Okay, Malta's still there. Okay.
ZS6 Lima Foxtrot.
Yeah, Malta's busy right now. I'm gonna keep calling you, Malta. You gotta come through, Malta. I need Malta. I don't have Malta on HF on FT8. I don't have Malta.
Yeah, this is GJ8 PVL. Sorry, you dropped out there. I didn't copy your last name in there. If you want to try again, over.
So you can see the call sign all on there. There you go. You can see the call sign.
GJ8 PVL. This is 6 Lima Foxtrot. Thank you very much, Peter. It's good to hear you in there. You got a very good signal into South Africa.
I want to point out because I'm going to lock this guy.
Have you heard any of the stations or radio hams from Guernsey Island? Guernsey, which I don't think is too far away from where you are. I'm trying to get Guernsey. I've got five confirmations to get my DXCC, and I'd love to talk to Guernsey because it's in that whole area there where you are. I wonder if you've heard anybody or know anybody on Guernsey that can give me a check there. GJ8 PVL, by the way, my name is Chris. This is Zulu Sugar 6, Lima Foxtrot.
So I locked them in there. Just lock them in. Some people say, well, I don't know what you lock them in. DMR contest. I do. It's fun.
23515. That's 23515.
Cool.
On a Thursday evening at 8 p.m. our time UTC. That's when they have the games with DMR nets. And the Jersey talk group, which we don't use an awful lot, is 23516. It is listed on the bandmaster list if you forget. Over.
Let me go back to the.
Yeah. Okay. Fun business. I trust you copying me okay there. GJ8PVL ZS6LF for fun business. I've got that. I have been monitoring that, but I haven't heard anything. But you say 8 p.m. UTC, which is 10 o'clock my time, which is not too bad. It's not too bad. I will definitely go in there tomorrow night at 8 p.m. UTC and see if I can get a contact there. Thank you very much, Peter. I really appreciate you coming back to me there.
This is the way the hotspot
so nice to hear you on there. All the very best, my friend, and enjoy the rest of
see the call sign there and all that.
Coming into evening time there where you are. So all the best, God bless you and the family.
Call signs, everything's right there.
Thank you for the contact.
So,
DJ8PVL.
so if you don't see it, if you have a radio and you don't see the call sign there, right? You know, if you have a hotspot, you can see it there too. There you go. I got Malta.
Thank you, French Chris. All the very best to you.
All right, I got Malta. There you go, Malta.
Golf Juliet 8, Papa Victor Lima, WX9 USA, Whiskey X-ray 9, United States America.
Roger, let's go. Roger, Malta. Let's close the deal. Close the deal. There you go. Malta. Got Malta. There you go, Malta. Roger, Malta.
Hello, CQ Japan, Kachinawa, Bravo, India, 1, Lima, Whiskey, Bravo, Golf 1, Juliet, Uniform Juliet, November, Bravo, Golf 1, Uniform Juliet, November, calling Japan, and standing by, over.
All right. Well, let's see. Oh, he might confirm. Oh, you got to confirm maybe. He updates. Okay, cool. Oh, man. Hope we got to confirm. All right. And look at him. Yeah, picture of a dish.
Japan, Kachinawa, Bravo, Golf 1, Uniform Juliet, November, Bravo, Golf 1, Uniform Juliet, November, calling Japan, and standing by, over.
Let's have a confirmation. See if you can confirm it for me. That would be nice.
Golf Juliet 8, Papa Victor Lima, WX9 USA.
Okay, here we go. All right, let me go back up here. Let me see Q again. Okay, so there you go. So thank you, Malta. I really appreciate that. Appreciate it, bro. There you go. Let me go back here. I'm gonna put it right here. I'll put it right here. So you can see this. And okay, let's kind of put it here a little bit. Yeah. All right. So I got Malta. Nice. Now if I get it confirmed, that would be beautiful.
KF790W8, 4G1 FME. 4G1 FMB, how are you? Good morning.
There you go, my friend right there.
Hello again, this is Glendale. For Golf 157 November Bravo here again. Yeah, I'm just monitoring with you guys and hope how are you today? And then I just went for a local net control while ago. I was hosted a net control, a local net control here in my country for almost 1 hour, and it's almost full of stress. It's tiring. It is because of my travel a while ago for almost 2 hours, and then I just I just got home, and then after that, I just conducted a net control for my local amateur station a while ago on my friends out there here in the Philippines. And then yeah, it's almost tiring right now. It's almost midnight now. Thank you very much for acknowledging my station for Golf 1 Foxtrot November Bravo. KF7 IWA. Mike. Yeah, thank you for that. It's nice to hear you again. And yeah, I just thought I'd fire up my Airtone 570 UV2 Plus today, and then I thought I'd do a YouTube live stream. And as soon as I do the live stream, I didn't want to interrupt into a whole bunch of QSOs because there was a bunch of people talking all at once there, and I just thought I'd stand by and wait for my chance to get in. But anyway, well, it's great to hear you. It's great to hear you today. And wow, awesome. And yeah, we were talking the other day, and I was admiring your QSA profile with all the QSL cards and all that. And wow, thank you for checking back in again today. Over. That's right, KF7IWA. I'm still watching your YouTube stream right now, and if you see my QRZ.com on my webpage,
I gotta watch it afterwards. I can't watch it. I can't open up another stream right now because then that'll kill my screen.
Photos on my
pretty cool
page on my
so you're streaming on too,
including my profile picture of
so he's also
with
streaming
camera and with my Fatima image on my back. It is because of the fiesta here in the Philippines, for example. It's almost midnight and it's almost tiring. Thank you very much again for acknowledging my station. Have a wonderful Wednesday morning out there in the United States. A final 73 to all of you. Keep safe, good health, and to your family and friends. A final 73 to all of you. KF7 IWA 41 FNB. I'll be standing by here monitoring, and I'm just going to stand by probably today in today's net and just probably just listen for anyone that wants to call me or talk to me, and I'm probably just going to see what happens in today's live stream. So this could get interesting. So anyway, well, thank you, and I appreciate that, and I hope to see you again. 73, 4 Golf 1. Jeez, I forgot your calls now. 4 Golf 1, FNB, KF7 IWA, 73s. Cheers.
So this is a DMR. So again, it doesn't have to cost a lot of money. This is a Baofeng DM1701 radio, DMR. You can get this radio for around $40 US if you shop around. I've seen this radio as low as 30. I one time I saw for $32 on AliExpress. And the menu, the way when you see with the call sign, that's a firmware update. Okay, that is Open GD77 firmware that you can see the call sign and all that. It adds a couple of more features to this radio, and you can see the call sign. The original firmware on this is a piece of junk. If you get Open GD7 on this one, because you need this model to do this one, you can see it's much better. It's much better. And this is around $40. And then you get a hotspot. You get a hotspot like this. This runs around $50 now. The last hotspot I bought, I paid $37 on AliExpress. It was on sale. These used to cost $100. Now they're like under $40, $50. And that's it. And you can talk to anybody around the world. All you need is a technician level license.
Very nice to make your acquaintance, Glendale. My first name here is Richard.
Take care, Glenn Dansler. You have an appointment at 12 o'clock with a house painter. Okay. Thank you. Best show on YouTube. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Thank you, Glenn. You have a great day. Yeah, I'm going to sign off soon.
And I used to work
right now, 4 hours and 37. I'm going to try to get to at least 5 hours. Then I'll sign off. Yeah, I had a blast today. Yeah, I had a blast. DMR here. He's live streaming now too. He's live streaming now. KF7IWA Ham Radio YouTube channel. He's also live streaming, and yeah, I'm gonna be off soon because I'm waiting till about right here is well, it's 12 o'clock now, 12:03. So.
Yeah, roger that. Copy.
Yeah, I'm gonna sign off soon.
Yes, and I used to work for Arms Corps there in Maritima.
Because I want to eat some food, and then I want to enjoy the rest of the day outside. I'm gonna be outside for the rest of the day. I'm gonna go in my backyard and. Okay, what's going on now? Oh, I hate when this happens. Okay, Cyprus. Okay, sorry about that. Cyprus. That's what I call Cyprus. Okay. Yeah.
CQ, calling CQ, this is 18.2, Hotel Sierra, anyone standing way over? 4 Golf 1, Foxtrot, November Bravo. Yeah, 73 to you, my friend, and blessings to you and your family as well. This is Whiskey X-Ray 9, United States America, and I'm clear and listening.
Let me close this guy up here.
Uniform 2, Hotel Sierra, Victor, Uniform 2, Hotel Sierra, KF7IWA. Roger, Eagle Fox 27, India, Whiskey Alpha, this is Victor, Uniform 2, Hotel Sierra. We are here loud and clear, because things 59 and my side over.
All right. You know what? I'm going to sign off now because...
You're 59 plus unit.
Let me know. Yeah. I'm going to sign off now because I'm approaching 4 hours and 40 minutes. And it's already midday now. It's and I want to get ready to go outside. And, yeah, 12:05 here Eastern time. 53 degrees and sunny. And I want to enjoy the rest of the day. Hey, 4 hours and 40 minutes. That's a long show. And I made a couple of nice contacts. I spoke to my friend here, and I have a couple of new countries on HF. All I need to get is to get them confirmed, and I'm good. And we did some shortwave listening. You heard Radio New Zealand this morning. It was loud and clear, booming in. So I think it was a good show. And anyway, thank you everybody for watching. I'll see you soon. Glenn Dansler. James Farley. Yeah, the TF6686. I'm probably going to release that video tonight. Later on tonight. I made a review on that radio. I'm going to probably release it tonight. If not, early tomorrow. So everybody, thank you for watching. Take care, everybody. Have a great day. I'll see you soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Have a great day.